Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live again on a Thursday, and listen, I love days like this when we join together and we're all in a great mood, looking forward to a big party tonight. Our kickoff party coming at Walk-Ons, presented by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. 5 o'clock until it's over with tonight, 281-19. You don't have to have tickets. You don't have to sign up. Come join us tonight at Walk-Ons. And we've got a great guest who's kicking off our party atmosphere. Barry Switzer is finally back on the show again. He will be with us later in the show, in the final hour of the show. Jack says, good morning, guys. The interview you guys had a few years ago with Barry Switzer was the best ever. I can't wait to hear what he has to say. Dave says, I loved that interview. I remember Coach Switzer said hell or damn like 14 times.
He did. Just wait for today. It is no telling what Coach Switzer. Please, God, let him be drinking already.
Yeah, I don't know. He's with us at 12:25. And I do know from texting with him last night that he had a meeting before. Now, I don't know what he terms a meeting. It could involve alcohol.
No, well,
I have no idea.
I would assume it's probably a good breakfast meeting with he's probably already on some bloodies or some mimosas.
Yeah, so for those of you that are new to us, way back when we used to do radio back in the day, Coach Switzer was on with us before Auburn and Oklahoma played in the Sugar Bowl. And we had him on. What are you laughing at?
LT going to go deer hunting after the show.
You know, I had to.
If people even knew what this gear was, it will never see a tree stand.
I had to.
It looks like Lululemon to me.
All right, so I'm going to pull the curtain back. I picked LT up to come to work, Rockstar.
And you didn't see him. You didn't see him in the driveway.
So you guys
Where
know.
the hell are you? I'm right here.
You guys know topping the hill. That little hill on LT Street, and you start going down the hill towards the cul-de-sac to his house. He was already standing out by the street because I texted him when I pulled off 280. And I caught a glimpse of the hat, and I was like, is that LT?
Brown's like a deer. He can't see orange.
I was like, is that LT?
Have you never seen this hat before?
I don't think I've ever seen you wear it, no.
Yeah. No, I got it when I was out in Montana.
That's the kind of hat I want the next round hat to sort of look
Yeah,
like.
that's what we're going to do with the patch.
Yeah.
We're talking to our friend Matt Wagner. We're working on that right now.
All right. That shop is coming soon. I know you keep hearing that, but we haven't even been a show yet for 2 weeks. It is coming, I promise you.
So yeah, anyway, years ago when we used to do radio, Barry Switzer was on the show with us, and Auburn was playing Oklahoma, and we didn't ask one Auburn-Oklahoma question because he started talking about visiting Donald Trump at Trump Tower and how he was going to be on – Donald Trump wanted to be on his cabinet.
Yep.
And it was as wild a ride of any interview I've ever done.
I'm going to assume he's probably not happy with the commander-in-chief right now.
Oh, yeah, so we're probably going to steer away from that.
We'll do our best.
Yeah, we didn't steer towards it last time. He did.
We really didn't do a lot. In fact, we were on remote at Ramone's. It was the holiday season.
Yep.
Christmas music was playing in the background. Everybody was full of eggnog and jolly joy, and we were having to worry about a dump button that we had no control over. It was Rockstar who juggles 1,000 things, and we were just hoping he was doing everything. Bill says, no dump button today, guys. Well, Bill, here's breaking news for you. We don't own a dump button in this place.
Yep.
Everything goes live.
Right. And we don't have to have a dump button.
We don't.
I've been very restrained.
You have been very restrained.
But we were trying to be respectful of our entire audience.
That's right.
But there will be things that slip through occasionally that are not for all ages. And it may happen today
With Barry Switzer.
with the Oklahoma legend Barry Switzer.
Never know.
Yeah, I thought a week ago today, I thought it might happen with Charles Barkley. He was very reserved.
Yep.
He was. So we got that coming up. A lot of great stuff before that. Jay G Tate joins us to start hour number 2. He's with us at 10. The Mort Report, one of our favorites, is back with us at 12 noon. A lot happening in the NFL. He'll kick off hour number 4 before we get to Barry Switzer. A lot to get to today on the serious side. First, on the pandemic and COVID-19 and how it's impacting football programs. Brian Harsin, head coach of Auburn, had a chance yesterday to finally, from his isolation in his house, to address the media and talk about what has become a narrative of him being an anti-vaxxer, right? That has become the narrative that if he's not answering questions, he must be an anti-vaxxer. And that's the world we live in today. that people are going to try to paint you into one corner, into a box. Either you're a Republican or a Democrat. You're a lib or you're a Bible-thumping conservative. Either you're this or that. You're pro-America, you're pro-China. They paint you into boxes. Brian Harsin yesterday doing the best he can in what is a long interview. Here's about 1 minute and 30 seconds of what we think is Brian Harsin's message on educating his players about vaccination.
First, let me be clear. I am not anti-vaccine, and any narrative along those lines is misinformed. I fully support the choice for anyone to vaccinate. Also support getting reliable data-driven information into the hands of those who still have questions about the vaccine. Anyone who has been in our facility knows that. Simple. For months now, our staff has done a great job going above and beyond and being proactive in providing reliable information to our players, our coaches, our staff about the vaccine. The most important, is the safety of our players and the safety of the people in our building. And just know this, we can't issue mandates to our student athletes. And I understand this. To be Alabama law, I understand that. We cannot mandate vaccinations to our players. Other states and universities can. We can't do that. So that's not a football coach's decision. All right, that's a state by state, university by university decision. All right, and I'm aware of that. So, and that's important that we understand that. I have a deep appreciation for our medical staff and what they're doing and how they're operating each and every day. And I've got a deep appreciation for the people in our community that are taking care of all of us. I'm proud of what we've done. I've shared kind of my position with our parents and have been able to, express some of the things that I've just told you with the families of our players. And, one of the things I told them just about my approach as the head coach is to treat their sons like he was my own. As of right now, based off my timeline, I should return to the facility on Monday of this next week. So in time for game week and preparing our team for that week of practice.
Brian Harsin yesterday, so he's back at work full throttle on Monday, game week for the Auburn Tigers. He's doing everything remotely. And listen, I'm vaccinated. But I believe that as an American, you have the right to make that choice. I'd like it to be, for my kids, the parents' choices, right? Not some football coach forcing them on it. Alabama has close to a 100% vaccination rate, or they are 100%. I've never heard Nick Sabin say, I am forcing my players to do it. He has said along the way, we're educating our players, and, it is their choice, their choice, their choice, their choice. That's what it's got to be, I think. It's got to be everyone's choice. You buy in on that
Well,
stuff.
you say that, and I'm not going to give specific examples, but I have talked to parents of players at SEC programs, and I don't think it is a choice.
Yeah, I think there's probably a way some of these coaches are mandating it without mandating it.
Yeah. I mean,
and I do believe that is going on.
I mean, there are employers that are doing that too. So that's still your
right.
choice. It doesn't mean, like at Rutgers, for instance, there's, he felt like he had, as a Rutgers student, different laws there than in Alabama. This player had to be vaccinated to be a student at Rutgers. So he said, I'm transferring out. It should be my choice. I'm transferring out.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dunaway. Look, as a grown man, an American, you should be able to make your own decision. I'm vaccinated as well. But just because somebody like Brian Harsin, I assume he's not vaccinated, that doesn't necessarily make him an anti-vaxxer. He might still be gathering facts. He's just not comfortable right now at this point with putting something like this in his body. But as a grown man, as an American, people should be able to make their own decisions. But back to the point, Brown, that you and I think we kind of agree on, and also with a lot of employers for major corporations, some people aren't getting to make this decision. Well, I guess you can. You just can't necessarily play for a program, or you can't work for that company.
That's right. And they're within their right by law to tell you either get vaccinated or you don't work here anymore. Brian Harsin doesn't have that liberty. He can't do that. He can't do that to an Auburn player. Say you either get vaccinated or you're no longer on this team. That is literally against Alabama law.
That's right. It's different in our state than
Yep.
it is,
Now-
say, in New Jersey or
Right.
Rutgers.
Now, is there a way you can mandate it without mandating it? I think that has happened. That's what we're saying. Yeah, I think that's happened.
That's like involuntary workouts in the summer. Remember those?
They're 100% voluntary.
yeah,
right.
they're 100% voluntary.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
but
can
so
stay-
it's playing time,
Yeah,
right?
right.
That's what they used to say.
You can stay in the dorm, but if you're vaccinated, you can be here. If you're not vaccinated, you stay in the dorm. You're part of the team, but
Yeah.
you can be in the dorm.
So I mean, that's where he is. And look, I mean, obviously there is going to be a comparison made to the program just across the state that's almost 100% vaccinated. Well, how did they get there? You know, I don't know. Like you said, Nick Saban really hasn't spoken publicly about it other than to update and say, you know, we've educated the guys and kind of here's where we are.
Well,
And-
I would say one thing, Brown, on that subject. Nick Saban is considered to be the best college football coach of all time, and he's been at that program what now? 16 years?
It's 15.
15 years.
Yep.
Brian Harson's been on the job how long?
Since December.
Okay, who's got
Since
more
Christmas, basically?
Who's got more credit in his
Well, of
locker
course,
room?
it's Nick Saban. Yeah. And I just simply cannot believe if you drop me into August of 2019 and said we're playing a press conference from a coach talking about whether he's an anti-vaxxer or not, I would have been
It's-
like, are you out of your mind?
It's science fiction,
How
man.
are we there?
The world we have been living over the
Yeah.
last, I don't know how many months now. Don't know, you probably have the day count.
No, I stopped at 377.
Thank you
That
for
was a
stopping.
year ago, wasn't it?
No, I think it was somewhere.
Was that June 16th?
It was somewhere close to that.
Yeah.
No, I
The
guess you
day
guys-
that will live in infamy.
Yeah, I just Brian Harsin, you know, has every right as every other American to keep medical stuff private, right? He also gets paid a lot of money to absorb criticism for how he runs his football program, and he's caught some about his comments or no comments at SEC Media Days about the vaccination. And as with everything in Brian Harsin's life, this just happens to be the first of many. He will be compared and judged by what they do across the state as well at Alabama. And this has been just a tip of the iceberg of what will happen as a coach on the football field, as a coach on the recruiting trail, as a coach in fundraising. It just is the state of the rivalry that is Alabama and Auburn. So that yesterday from Brian Harsin, you have another
I will say the SEC has changed their policy too, according to Heather Dinich.
Now, if you're a coach, Brown, would this not frustrate, and a player, would this not frustrate you as well that okay, the rule is one thing and then it keeps moving?
Yeah. Well,
Moving
I mean,
targets.
the goalposts have moved a lot
Yeah.
in a lot of this, Jim, but this is another example of it where up until recently, I don't know when this was actually changed, but Heather Dinich reported it has changed. Up until recently, if your team was at least at 85% vaccination, you did not have to worry about any of the testing protocol. Now, it hasn't gotten like overwhelmingly strict, but now, even if you're at 85%, the ones that are unvaccinated still have to go through the protocols, whatever those are, the testing, you know, whatever that is, and they have to wear masks.
Yep.
If you're vaccinated, you don't. So, I mean, it's at least not back to what it was last year, but it is kind of a change. I mean, there was an incentive to get over that 85% mark by the SEC. You could just operate as a normal program at that point.
Okay, but whose job is it to check the 15% that aren't vaccinated?
Check what?
Are you self-policing that internally as a
Well,
program?
I'll tell you what the NFL is. Go read Isaiah McKenzie's tweet today. He is not vaccinated, and the NFL sent him a form letter detailing the 2 times he was spotted in the facility without a mask.
Yeah, but I'm asking you,
Day and
SEC
time.
policy, is this Greg Sankey that's going to be sending this letter?
They've got the medical staffs on the campus is responsible for the testing that goes on. And each university has a representative on the SEC Medical Council, and then the testing is handled by each school.
Okay, well, let's say one school, their starting quarterback tests negative and is asymptomatic. Are we really going to know whether or not, or excuse me, test positive, but is asymptomatic? Are we really going to know that?
Did you last year?
No, we did not.
So probably not.
So I would say the same way right now.
Yeah.
Just like you don't know if I've got the virus right now or not. Right?
That is true. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
I may have
Or
it.
did we have it last year?
Yeah.
Didn't know.
Did we have it last year? It's the world we live in. So that aside, we don't talk a lot of vaccination and pandemic on the show. For 377 days, I think we talked very little about it. But it was big yesterday for Brian Harsin, and he wanted to get that word out. Alabama practiced yesterday as well, and Nick Saban had an opportunity to talk about his football team as they progress. And then, of course, as the news conference went on, you knew eventually there was going to be a question about the alliance, right, to Nick Sabin, who, by the way, when he's preparing for a season at this point, getting ready to coach football, the last thing he wants is a question about the alliance, things that he cannot control. He would rather answer Rockstar's question about being a host on Jeopardy than he would answer a question about alliance. But if you believe that people who are in power positions like Nick Saban use their words specifically and say things like Saddam and Sodom to take shots at former dictators from the White House.
Weird comparison.
I'm just saying.
Saban, yes.
I'm just saying. Nick Saban, if he did know what he was saying, takes a nice little shot at the alliance on a day when the alliance didn't look very good after their news conference, and the SEC and the Pac-12 signed a contract for a major game in 2024. Then Nick Saban gets asked about the alliance and drops this little jab at the end.
Whatever affects us, we'll have to adapt to, and that's what we'll be focused on and trying to help our guys have a better chance to be successful. And I don't think what they do in the Pac-10's got anything to do with that.
Ooh.
Pac-10.
Pac-10.
Old reference.
Yep.
Reels them in, Pac-10 there.
I don't know, man. I do this for a living, and I frequently trip up on it. I don't know how intentional that was.
Dunway still goes Pac-8 on us.
Hey, Big 8's Barry Switzer later on the show. But I will tell you, that Pac-10 comment comes on a day when the alliance gets slapped in the face with an announcement that the SEC, who the alliance was in this news conference, was all joining arms and saying, we're going to keep the integrity of the sport and hinting that we're not going to schedule the SEC. And then, boom, yesterday, for 2024 in Las Vegas, LSU and USC, two of the great programs, SEC versus Pac-12. Boy, does that make the alliance look weak.
Oh, it does make it look weak, but that game excites me.
Oh, yeah.
And especially in Las Vegas. Can you imagine LSU fans in Vegas?
Oh, good grief. I had not even considered that.
Sign me up.
Man.
I was reading this morning an article on the top tickets right now in the NFL, and one of the top tickets, and they're saying 48% of the crowd in Vegas' stadium will be Bears fans when the Bears visit the Raiders.
Mm-hmm. Well, I told
so,
you, yeah.
That just seems like one of those weekends in Vegas where it will be overrun with Bear fans. And that'll be the same for LSU.
Yeah, this is what, when they announced the Raiders moving to Vegas, this is what I told you. They won't have to build a fan base quick because so many opposing fans will be at those games.
That's right.
Because it's such an easy trip and it's a destination city.
Toughest ticket in the NFL right now are Vegas home games.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, you think of any NFL city other than Green Bay, but they're Milwaukee, has a direct flight to Vegas, and those flights generally aren't that crazy expensive, right?
They used to be cheaper.
Yeah.
They used to be dirt cheap. For some reason, the airlines are even stabbing you in the wallet for trips to Vegas now.
Because they're not serving alcohol. They're not making that extra money.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but they are charging a lot more now.
Yeah, it used to be the cheapest flight you could get was to Vegas. The cheapest hotels were in Vegas. The cheapest food was in Vegas because you were spending thousands at the roulette table.
That's right. And that's why they'll always have good crowds in Vegas. They will always have good crowds. And like you said, Lance, the Bears, when they roll into town, I mean, don't discount the fact, I don't know when that game is played on the calendar, but it'll probably be miserable weather in Chicago. It's a good chance to get some good weather. And LSU will be the same way. When LSU plays USC, they will take that city over. I mean, and Vegas is not ready for LSU fans.
I'm trying to think of which bowl game. The first time I ever heard it happen was here in Birmingham. It was the old Hall of Fame Classic, and it was Wisconsin versus somebody. I want to say it was Wisconsin versus Kentucky, but it was Wisconsin versus somebody here in Birmingham at Legion Field, and all the bars downtown ran out of beer. Like these
drink them dry?
Yeah, the fans came to town and drank the bars dry over the holidays. And then you've heard about it in Nashville when I think it was the Bears or Packer fans or whomever Pittsburgh fans came to town and drank Nashville dry. As they're pointing out, Tripp says, could LSU fans possibly drink Vegas dry on that weekend?
I mean, they drink, man, but I don't think they drink that much.
Yeah, impossible. I was actually in Nashville one weekend, and bars were running out when the Chicago Blackhawks were in town.
The Blackhawks are in town. I mean, that's just a small arena. That's not even a football stadium. Bubba had, great point here, LSU and USC both might have different coaches or couches, but different coaches, by 2024. If you're West Virginia, you'll definitely have different couches by 2024.
USC will have a different coach by 2024. I'm not sure on LSU. I think this is kind of an important year for Ed Orgeron.
So you think Ed Orgeron could coach in that game?
I think he could. Somebody asked me last night, it was a weird conversation talking about LSU and their schedule is really difficult. But something we brought up yesterday, I really think worst case, as difficult as their schedule is 8-4. 8-4, people will take a look next year, which will be 2022. He'd have to have another 500 season to get fired. And I just think they have too much talent, and he recruits too well.
That's what we were talking about yesterday. You just can't foresee a realistic scenario where they have a bad enough season to get him fired on the field this year.
Yeah, I think after him winning a national championship in 19, it might be a Gus Malzahn run now where he goes 8-4 and 9-3 for 4 or 5 consecutive years, and enough's enough, and finally gets forced out. But by 2024, I feel pretty good. If it's nothing off-field, Ed Orgeron is still your head coach.
Our opening segment today brought to you by the great folks at Sympio. When we started Double Down Media and launched the new venture here, the first people we called was our friends at Sympio because we didn't know how to do any of this stuff. But guess what? Sympio did.
Well, Sympio, they take care of the BS, Dunaway. In every single office, when a business joins our friends at Sympio, they take care of the 4 pillars, things that we knew nothing about: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. Sympio, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Sympio has brought a concept to Alabama that many were unaware existed. It has taken over the state. When your company joins Sympio, you gain access to health care and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Sympio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. Join Sympio today. You can join any time of the year. There's no annual contract. Sympio.com. That's Sympio.com. Or write this number down. Call Blake and the guys, 205-635-7467. That's 205-635-7467.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join the next round Thursday night at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. The entire team will be there starting at 5 p.m. until close. The next round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Red Mod Vodka, plus magnet schedules, souvenir cups, helmet schedules, and logo t-shirts while they last from Red Mod Vodka and the next round. It's a great way to get ready for week 0, Thursday, 5 till close, the next round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
The next round kickoff party will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. I'm Lance Taylor. Join the entire next round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Red Mod Vodka. The next round kickoff, Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off of Highway 280 on 119. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Rockstar, give me cut 8. Brown, what's the Australian punter's name at Alabama?
James Bunnip. Ooh, that was bad Australian. Rockstar, do you do an Aussie?
Yeah.
I don't do a very good one, eh?
James Burnup. How would you say that in your Aussie?
James Burnup.
Yeah.
Burnup.
Give it to me again.
James Burnup.
All right. Give me cut 8, Rockstar. And James Burnup is the Australian punter, and Nick Sabin with a rare moment of humor from the podium after practice yesterday. Here's the Alabama head coach talking about his Aussie punter.
Earlier this month, you talked about James Burnup. He's a guy with a lot of different kind of kicks in his arsenal. How comfortable are you kind of letting him do those, or are you just going to stick more to the traditional punts?
Well, we basically have him, going over with the rugby team every day so he can play rugby and feel more comfortable, doing that, since we're so worried about him playing football. So, he's doing really well with the rugby part of it, so we'll see how that goes. But he's made a lot of improvement and a lot of progress in terms of feeling comfortable, and he does have a variety of ways that he can punt the ball, and he's pretty effective at it.
Okay, we're gonna finish. Charlie, do you still have one? Coach, go, Charlie, if you've got one, go ahead. If not, we're gonna finish up. I haven't stopped laughing.
Yeah, I got to go to rugby practice right after this.
A little.
He got Maxon, didn't he?
Yeah, had Maxon laughing. Maxon had to play the role of the sidekick on tonight on the late shows.
That's right, to let everybody know he was kidding.
Jay.
Did you guys ever, when ESPN first came in the fold, watch Australian rules football?
All the time.
Yeah.
That and the America's Cup yachting.
Do you
seriously?
I watched.
I mean, I wouldn't like sit
for a
and
second, but I would watch an entire match of the Australian rules football.
I wouldn't sit and watch like all the yachting, but they made that. I'll never forget his name. That Dennis Connors guy.
Yeah,
he was like a star in America,
and he was one of those guys. You don't see this anymore. That would just have the sunblock on his nose.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And they would be on that catamaran, and they would lay way back,
He got some good endorsement deals out of that.
He did. He did, but I loved Australian rules football.
Including Nautica wear, you think?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That and arena football, the Iowa Barnstormers.
Did you ever? I love those helmets.
I did too. Had the little goggles on the front of the helmet.
The Australian rules football, did you ever really understand the rules?
No.
Nope. Not at all.
Still do not.
It was just something that was on ESPN.
That we do.
Yeah, the guy in the white hat would walk out.
Yeah, and am I dreaming
or
this?
he'd do the one hand.
Was the ball orange at times?
I think so. Yeah.
Or were you just drinking at a young age?
No.
It seemed as though
that was pre-alcohol.
Australian rules football seemed as though it was the combo of rugby and football. It was where the two intersected.
Yeah. They were like, we don't have time to play two sports. Let's put them together and
Let's
call
put
them Australian
together.
rules.
Yeah.
Most famous Australian of all time.
Mel Gibson.
Oh, that's a good one. I'd go Nicole Kidman.
Oh no, Mel Gibson's got got Nicole Kidman beat.
Russell Crowe's pretty good.
Well, I was going to say Russell Crowe was on
yeah.
that, and it was funny. I was in the green room the other day eating lunch, and there was Russell Crowe was talking about his most iconic roles on YouTube. Have no idea how this popped up. He has gotten gigantic.
Yeah, he's got a little big, little swole.
Yeah, hefty. He's fat.
Thick.
Yeah.
Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Odie's. Last night, trivia night for you guys.
It was great. Great crowd last night at Odie's. We love that every single Wednesday. If you're looking for something to do on Wednesday nights, mark it down. Odie's Team Trivia. Typically me, Will Haver, Rockstar last night. Ryan Brown pinch hit. But if you're looking for a great place to go for delicious lunch or dinner, Rodney Davis has been cooking up incredible food for almost 25 years. Burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. It's got that fantastic patio. Getting ready for college football, you can get ice-cold Bud Light beer buckets. Sit back, enjoy it. It's all right there at Odie's Tavern in Crestline Village.
All right. We'll talk to Jay G Tate about what went on at Auburn yesterday and a little bit of Auburn's camp before they open up the season next week. Are we ready to say who's on the show tomorrow yet?
Yeah, we can say them.
Okay.
It's guaranteed Friday, but we'll pepper in some guests as well.
Yeah, guaranteed Friday tomorrow. So all your bold predictions, 3 of them for the upcoming season. Everybody's responsible for 3, and we'll get them either on the phones or you can jump in any of the chat rooms or on Twitter with your guarantees. The phone lines, you can go ahead and save this in your phone, 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. And today, number 2 in our 40 and 40 countdown is Oklahoma, my pick to win the national championship, but not by the margin of the AP poll or the coaches poll, but number 1 with a smaller number in our 40 and 40 obviously is going to be Alabama now because they were not number 2 today.
That is true.
And in the years we've done this, Alabama has not been number 1 every year.
No.
There have been years we've had Clemson and Ohio State at number 1, but they are number 1 this year.
Might be a shocker if we just left them out of the poll.
That's
wouldn't
right.
it?
Yeah, we forgot Alabama.
They did not. Well, who was it? It was Frank Beamer didn't make the top 100 coaches in the last 50 years.
I mean, literally, Bill Connelly had to come back and say, hey, by the way, we left a guy out.
You know, last year it was LSU and Penn State, 2 teams that were preseason top 10s that ended up outside of the top 25. Alabama hasn't been outside of the top 25 outside of the top 10 since 2007. And I was going to say they will not be outside of the top 10 this year.
All year long.
All year
long. That's a good place to go, though. Who is outside of the AP top 25 that you think can make a run to the top 10? We're talking AP poll that was out a few weeks ago, and somebody who is unranked right now that you think could rise up and be a top 10 team at the end of the year.
I'm going to take a flyer on TCU. Gary Patterson had a lot of 10-plus win seasons, and TCU kind of is up and down all over the place. They've got 18 returning starters. Max Duggan at quarterback. Was inconsistent last year, really saw some flashes in 2019. I think he'll have a really, really good year. You think about they won 3 straight to end 2020. They averaged almost 47 points per game in those contests. They got to go to Oklahoma and Iowa State. Those games scare me, but just imagine if they get an upset there. They could go 10-2 this year, and I think 10-2 in the Big 12 would get TCU in the top 10.
When you ask a question like this, I look at it and say, okay, first of all, who's got the types of games that if they win, they can get there, right?
Okay.
Because schedule factors into this. Like
It does.
Oklahoma State is 26. They clearly do. I don't think they'll do it. Ole Miss at 27. Like Ole Miss, we talked about this yesterday whenever it was. Yeah, it was yesterday. We were doing the 24/7 bold predictions. Could Ole Miss, if they lost only to Alabama and Texas A&M, their 2 toughest games, would they be in the top 10 at the end of the year? And I say yes, if those are their only 2 losses. Now, can Ole Miss do that? I don't think so.
But if they're 10-2 and their only losses are to Texas A&M and Alabama, who we'll say both are in the top 5, then you're a top 10 ranked team at that point.
I don't think there's any doubt.
You're a top 10 ranked team. So Ole Miss is going to be my pick to this. I understand TCU, Oklahoma State, Ole Miss. The one that I would find really, really interesting,
there's another one I think.
Auburn is there, NC State's there.
Yeah.
But to me, Michigan.
I was going to say them.
Michigan could be that team too if they, somehow beat Ohio State, or if they only lose to Ohio State.
I'll tell you, we're talking in the season in the top 10, right?
Yeah, finish the season in the top 10.
So, Lance, if Michigan, they open against Western Michigan.
They're going to win that.
Yeah, I would hope. If they don't, we could end this conversation right now. But the tricky game for them is that primetime ABC game on September 11th against Washington.
Well, I think we'll know a lot in their first 5 games because not only do they have Washington at home, which a game they actually could be a small dog in Ann Arbor, which is hard to believe, but right now I lean Washington will be a slight favorite in that game. And then to open October, they've got to go to Madison to take on Wisconsin.
And that's a tough one, no doubt.
Yeah.
But you could lose that and still be in the top 10.
Right.
But my point is, if you win both of those games, all of a sudden, there's a good chance they start 8-0 before they take on Indiana.
You know, it's interesting, though. The landing on their schedule, Dunaway, is so tough. And we're in a different world when Indiana is included in that, but Indiana is included in that. Indiana, who starts the year 17, they play them at home November 6th. They're at Penn State the next weekend, who starts in the top 20. They're at Maryland. That's a little bit of a breather. And then you get Ohio State at the end, who they can't beat to save their life. So that landing for Michigan is really, really difficult. But I'm with Lance. If they can find a way to beat Washington and Wisconsin, they're undefeated going into that Indiana game, and they're probably in the top 10 already.
Yeah, exactly. And they've got the name brand that the other schools,
Right.
Oklahoma State, Ole Miss, and TCU that we named, they do not have. Michigan has that name brand, so any win they get, they'll get a little bit more juice moving up.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like this because Michigan is kind of the forgotten team, and they had such a bad year last year, but so many teams in the Big Ten did. They've got the schedule to get it done. If
I have no faith
the
in Harbaugh.
only problem is the Big Ten is so difficult.
I have no faith in Harbaugh. Because just as soon as we talk about them doing this, they could beat Washington and Wisconsin and lose at Nebraska. I mean, that's the way Harbaugh does. I don't think Nebraska's any good, but I just don't have faith in Jim Harbaugh.
What happened in baseball last night as we roll on here? But first, let me tell you about the great folks at the University of Montevallo, where you need to schedule an in-person tour right now, or if you just want to from the comfort of your home, you can take an immersive 3D modeling virtual walk through the Montevallo campus. Really cool at montevallo.edu. A college of distinction now 10 years running, named as a 2021 Best Value School. That means tuition right in line with some of the best universities in America, but you get a great education at a great price. U.S. News & World Report calls Montevallo a top 15 public university in the South. It's a beautiful campus, according to Southern Living. All that with 21 NCAA Division II college, NCAA Division II scholarship sports, plus 75 majors. Whatever your son or daughter is dreaming about being when they grow up, whatever they want to pursue, their passions in college, you can find it at the University of Montevallo. I graduated from there. My daughter's in school there right now. She's enjoying the new multi-million-dollar College of Fine Arts building right there, a theater major. You can find your place at Montevallo, too, where you belong. Check it out at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Last night, to show you how crazy baseball is, first off, in the log, Tampa Bay gets a home run out of Francisco Mejia, and he just rakes one, a 3-run shot that breaks that tie.
The Phillies came back to tie it. We're
Yeah.
down 2. I felt good about it. And then the next thing you know, second and third, no outs. He hits that bomb, ball game.
And I don't know about you when your team is playing well. I worry about them peaking too early. My team is doing all they can to stay away ahead of the Yankees, who are red hot, 4.5 games up on them. But you're having such a great season. The Yankees easily in the final 6 weeks here can chase Tampa down and put you in that 1-game playoff where you may be the 2 best teams in the American League or 2 or the 3 best teams in the American League. But that league is so tough right now that if you get in that 1-game situation, anything can happen. And if you're with Boston and they got a fresh Chris Sale in that 1 game, a lefty against that Rays lineup, I don't want to be a part of that. Tampa Bay needs every win they can get, like last night. So I'm not worried about peaking too early like I usually would be. They've got to stay hot just to try to stay out of that 1-game playoff.
Well, think about the Dodgers.
Another great example.
Well, they win in 16 innings, the longest game since 2019, the longest game since Major League Baseball implemented the extra inning rule of runner on second base.
We just talked about it yesterday. If everybody matches each other, those games can go as long as they used to.
Oh boy, and it went 16 last night, and A.J. Pollock was the hero. But you look at the Dodgers now; they've won 15 of 17. They're still 2.5 games back in San Francisco.
But I was looking at it this morning. I don't know this to be factual, but I think the Dodgers might have the biggest wild card lead I have ever seen.
Oh, yeah, it's 11 and a half.
It's 11 and a half up in the wild card. You never see. I mean, normally the wild card lead is like 4 at the most.
Right. And the interesting thing right now, San Diego is back in the wild card.
They're only a game back.
They're
a game back in Cincinnati. Yeah.
Yeah. And interesting, the Reds are a team that, has slowly built back to being in contention for the playoffs. And the other big story last night from Major League Baseball was Baltimore ending their 19-game losing streak with a 10-6 win over Shohei Ohtani. And that just shows you the craziness of baseball. I would have taken Ohtani and the Angels against the Orioles all day long on that 19-game losing streak. He was basically pitching against a AAA team, and he left with the lead, 6-4. Even though he'd given up 4 runs, he left with a 6-4 lead, but still the Orioles beat the Angels.
Well, Ohtani gives up 3 home runs. He strikes out 3 times at the plate, and that number ended minus 222, which really wasn't a hefty number. I know it's a road number. Now that game's a virtual pick today. I have a hard time after losing 19 consecutive games bouncing back and playing the Orioles to win back-to-back games.
Yeah.
But that number is so skinny, and everyone in the world is on the Angels today. But Ohtani wasn't a heavy favorite last night, but maybe his worst game of 2021 was yesterday against the Orioles.
It would be hard to take a team that was on a 19-game losing streak to win back-to-back games. That would be a tough one to swallow for me.
I would agree.
Love your input all the time in our chat rooms, on Twitter at Next Round Live, and also as you watch us on YouTube and on Twitch and on Facebook and everywhere you can find us there. Kerry says Alabama was 13th in the final college football rankings in 2019. So little more recent than that.
I don't think so.
That's what Kerry says there. He disagrees with you. Paul says, I'll take a flyer on Liberty and Hugh Freeze and Malik Willis making it into the top 10 this year. They're just outside of the top 25. They could be a team that flies in there.
I don't know that, again, I look at teams that can get big wins. They can beat Ole Miss. I don't know what else Liberty could do to be a top 10 team. Alabama finished 8th, by the way, in the final.
That's what Ralph says. They finished 8th.
And they were 11-2, yeah.
Yeah, they may have been 13th at one point, Kerry, but they finished 8th. In the final rankings there. All right, so that is the bounce around college football and the poll discussion right there. When we come back, one famous artist is talking about changing his name and everything else that is going on in the National Football League. Part of our show is being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. They're with us from the beginning of this show, Mortgage Right, and they're with you no matter what state in the union you're in. You can get your mortgage there.
Yes, Dunaway, if you're looking to purchase or refinance a home, act now before those rates go on the rise. With locations nationwide, lending directly to home buyers, our friends at Mortgage Right remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring a fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. NMLS 2239.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
At M First, you always come first. Ryan Brown here for the next round. This is especially true in the M First Summer of Freedom. That's why M First is offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AM First, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AM First is making your summer freer than ever because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at AM First. For more information, visit amfirst.org/promotions. This is available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AM First is an equal housing lender, NMLS 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase is necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit amfirst.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com. Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. and they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key, and Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
The next round is sponsored by Mortgage Right. Looking to purchase or refinance a home? Act now before rates go on the rise. With locations nationwide lending directly to home buyers. Our friends at Mortgage Right removed the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring a fast, worry-free process. When it comes to mortgages, don't drive blind. Let the experts take the wheel. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. Mortgageright.com. NMLS ID 2239. Equal housing lender.
The season for golf is far from over. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Make sure you take advantage of the great weather heading our way at Ballantrae Golf Club. 620-GOLF, 620-4653. It's also never too late to fix your game. The Thompson School of Golf is based there at Ballantrae. They can help you as well. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653. 18 championship holes of golf at Ballantrae, always in fantastic shape. And it is so easy to get to. They treat you like family there at Ballantrae. Take it from me. I love the game. 620-GOLF, 620-4653.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain two things. One, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face-to-face, and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website, 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com. Shout out to Alabama Boss and all the Twitch folks who are in the chat room with us today. Looking forward to our kickoff party. All of you come hang out with us tonight. Walk-ons 280 and 119. As we'll talk to Jay G Tate coming up at the top of the hour about a little of the college football going on down at Auburn as they get closer to crank things up. And we'll ask him about TJ Finley and Bo Nix because of what Brian Harsin said yesterday. He likes where TJ Finley is right now.
I said what did he say? We got a competition. I mean, if I had to name a starter today, it would be Bo Nix, but TJ Finley's coming on.
Do you... Give me the odds, Lance, that we see TJ Finley start a game, non-injury, start a game for Auburn.
I will go 50%.
You'd go even money.
Yeah. I think
that non-injury, we will see TJ Finley start a game for Auburn.
I think we did this exercise months and months ago when TJ Finley transferred.
Yeah, we did. But now we've got a camp and we got a coach talking about it, so it feels like things have changed a little. Would you go even money on it?
I was of the belief that Bo Nix would be the starter in every game for Auburn this year until Brian Harsin's comments yesterday. And that, I mean, and maybe it's unintentional because he did say Bo's in the blue jersey, Bo's taking the first snaps, blah, 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 blah. But the way he talked about TJ Finley, he made me believe that there is no doubt in my mind in the first half we'll see two quarterbacks in the first game.
Right.
And by the time they get to Penn State, they may still be playing a two-quarterback system.
Well, you hope you've got a solid guy you trust at Penn State. I mean, I think most Auburn fans would say that, right? But
you could see Brown, and he's done this before. Brian Harsin has, but you could see going with the hot hand sometimes. Like if Bo is in one of his not moods, but one of his funks where he's not throwing the ball well, it's just having an off day, not clicking, that you throw TJ Finley in there for a little spark. You could see that.
Well, I mean, yeah. Let's don't forget the guy that might win the Heisman this year, Spencer Rattler, the quarterback we previewed today with Oklahoma, our number 2 team in our 40-40, got benched last year.
Exactly.
I mean, he may win the Heisman.
Well, I was
going
to bring up LSU last year, and Ed Orgeron couldn't figure out who that guy was with a hot hand when we started to see towards the end of the year. Was it TJ Finley or was it Max Johnson? But back to Spencer Rattler, much like those guys, it was first-year guys. It was Spencer Rattler's first year. With Bo Nix, you've got a guy that has 2 years under his belt. That's why, I do think he'll start against Penn State, but you'll see both of those guys in the first 2 weeks.
I would think so. I mean, I think I think it's a tough spot if you're Brian Harsin, because reps are important for Bo Nix right now too, even though he's a veteran. He's got new receivers. He's got a new offensive coordinator he's trying to get a rhythm with. He's got an offensive line that's not the best in the SEC in front of him that you're trying to get him comfortable with. So those snaps that you would normally just hand to a backup to see what he looked like with the ones, those are just as important to the Bo Nix as they are TJ Finley.
No, I agree, but in hindsight, do you think if you go back to 2017, it still worked out in the end for Nick Saban in Alabama, but do you think if you went back to 2017, we all heard, early on in camp and all through the season, Tua Tagovailoa in practice, Tua Tagovailoa in practice. And every time he got in there, Ed Vandy in those games, he just wowed everybody. Do you think at some point along the way at Mississippi State, still worked out, Jalen Hurts let him back, but especially the Iron Bowl, that you think Nick Saban wish he had pulled the trigger on Tua a little sooner?
There is no doubt. They still won the national championship, as you point out. But I think if Nick Saban, he would never admit this, but if you allowed him to do it again, coming off that Mississippi State game, he would have made a change.
Nick Saban has been one of the best at adaptation. We've seen this throughout his career at Alabama. And I think now he learned whoever the best quarterback is, I'm going to play. And I think that goes back to last year. I think it was you and I, or it was me and Brown that thought Bryce Young was going to play.
No, it was you and I.
Yeah. I thought Bryce Young
was Mac Jones all the way.
Would win that job. Nick Saban made the right decision. Mac Jones was one of the best players in college football.
He may be starting for New England this year.
Put up the best numbers in the history of Alabama football. But I think moving forward, Nick Saban would make that decision. But back to Jalen Hurts, they were winning games, though. That's the difference.
Yeah.
And, with Auburn, I don't foresee Auburn winning all these games. So when Auburn loses a couple of games and Bo Nix struggles, that's when TJ Finley's going to get his opportunity.
They were winning games, but I'll take you back to that Mississippi State game where Alabama struggled to move the ball. And while these numbers aren't just horrific, listen to how pedestrian they sound now.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts, 10 of 19, 242 yards and a touchdown. And it hurt.
By the way, got 242 yards on 10 completions.
Yeah, 10 completions. Alabama ran the ball that night for 202. They netted out running for 202, led by Damian Harris, 8 attempts, 93 yards. The 3 touchdowns on the ground, that saved them. They weren't able to throw the ball effectively, 10 of 19, 242. The thing was, though, he led them on that game-winning drive when Todd Grantham just kept blitzing. Grantham was blitzing every down, and finally Jalen Hurts was like, well, if you're going to blitz, I'm going to throw a slant to Calvin Ridley.
But do you remember how many times the defense kept giving them that short field?
Yep.
I mean, Alabama was getting the ball at their own 40-plus, it seemed like, every time late in that game to finally get that one touchdown.
And the next week, Alabama played Mercer, Lance. And I think that's where if Nick Saban had it all to do over again, he would have gone to Tua Tagovailoa against Mercer.
Again, it worked out.
It did work out.
It did work out. But all that to say that at some point, if Bo is not playing well and TJ is doing everything that he's being reported to doing, that at some point you give TJ Finley a shot, maybe in a game like Penn State on the road. If Bo's not having a great game, Dan Hoodlum says Harsin is just pushing Bo. This is his way of using the media to push Bo and try to get him to be the best he can be.
Possibly. We've seen Harsin use multiple quarterbacks at Boise. A lot of that was based on injuries over the last couple of years, but let's just hypothetically say that both guys play the first 2 weeks, which I think we all agree they will. They're equal coming out of that. Bo gets the majority of the reps against Penn State. They lose. He really struggles. They both get reps against Georgia State. I could see TJ Finley start week 5 against LSU.
All right, approaching the top of the hour. We'll talk more about that with Jay G Tate, a little Auburn football report at the top of the hour, then more at 12 noon. The show's being brought to you by the great folks at Nut Dust.
Yes, of course, they are redefining the use and feel of body powder. You see the Nut Dust right here. If you want to order, you put in the code NR20 right
NR20.
now. NR20. And you will get 20% off your entire order, available in 2 great sizes. It's talc-free. It's all-natural body powder. This is the Wildling. 4 great scents for men, for women. I'm telling you, you need to dust up the sack meter out there. I don't know what it is today, but it's humid.
We're in the 90s again, so it's going to be right at 8.7 on the sack meter.
NR20, 20% off your entire purchase. Go online today, officialnutdust.com.
Yeah, you do not have to show your Nut Dust card tonight at the party, though, but you just come on in. But
So are you dusted?
yeah, but if you are dusted up,
Give me the White Lotus.
the White Lotus would be a great name. Nut Dust bringing you the next round. Jay G Tate is in our virtual green room, and he joins us next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1, and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. My wife and I are getting the best sleep we've ever had, and it is all thanks to Sleep Outfitters. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It is so easy when you go to Sleep Outfitters and get that sleep outfitting done for you. We went to the 280 location, answered a few simple questions with their friendly staff, and in mere moments, they had us actually laying on beds to find the one we liked the best. That Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress that we have is absolutely wonderful, and it's all thanks to the sleep outfitting at Sleep Outfitters. And now during Sleep Outfitters Labor Day Super Sale, save up to $800 on adjustable mattress sets from Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster. This week only, get a TV valued up to $300, yours free with qualifying purchases. Plus, get any size mattress for the everyday twin size price. Choose from all Sealy Outfitters and Sealy Posturepedic models and get fulls, queens, and even kings as low as $349. You save up to $500. You can also get interest-free financing for up to 6 years on approved credit and free premier delivery with any purchase $5.99 and up. So don't miss the Labor Day Super Sale now at Sleep Outfitters, 6 stores from Gadsden to the Galleria.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com. If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain 2 things. 1, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face to face and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website, 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Elliot in our chat rooms, are we comparing Bo Nix to Jalen Hurts? Is that what we were doing last segment?
No, we're comparing the situations.
Yeah, and again, the thing that I took away from that, the situations are going to be much different because Alabama was still winning football games. Auburn is not going to go undefeated.
Nick says TJ is practicing drinking his Milo's tea right now.
I don't think those things are transferable.
Yeah. Brown and I had a conversation about different athletes, and there is a stipulation, right?
Oh, there's a state law, not just a stipulation, a state law that NIL cannot be tied to on-field performance.
That's what Charles was asking. What happens to a player's NIL contract if they lose their starting job? Is it guaranteed money?
Yes, it is.
Yes, absolutely. As long as the contract holds out.
Absolutely. Owen wants to know, are you guys cold today in the studio? Are you cold, LT?
Yeah, I'm always cold. Yeah, anytime I'm going to be indoors, I bring some sort of sleeves just in case. But even Brown made the comment before the show today,
frosty in here.
I'm borderline cold.
We're The Next Round, presented by Bud Light in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios.
Jay G Tate joins us now. He is the publisher of Auburn's Rivals site there, and you can follow him at Jay G Tate on Twitter. Hello, Jay. How are you?
I am on the next round.
You are indeed. You are indeed. Do you? So there was a lot coming out of the Brian Harsin press conference yesterday, but of the on-the-field stuff, he seemed to paint it as if this were a legit heated quarterback battle. Maybe we overstate that a little bit. Is that what you took away from it?
Yeah, I think it is. He also said yesterday in the Zoom that if the game was today, it would be Bo, which I also think is true. But I think TJ, if anything, has been more consistent in the scrimmages, at least the intel we've gotten. You know, when you're talking to people in a scrimmage, you have to kind of understand that everybody has a bias, you know. And so it's kind of hard to really tell what the truth is. But I think those two guys have competed really hard, and I think TJ has definitely been credible. So it's a close race. I still think Bo's going to be the quarterback for Akron, but I just kind of wonder, like, there was the game at Florida a couple years ago when Bo was not playing well, and I thought that Joey should have gone in. A lot of people did. Ultimately, Gus decided against it. And I think it's because of his relationship with Bo. If they get into a situation like that again, you know, and Harsin doesn't have that long established relationship with Bo or TJ, would he be more willing to make a change? My guess is yes. So I think the leash is a little shorter for Bo this year.
Yeah, with that said, so I think we all agree against Akron, Alabama State, you'll see both quarterbacks. Against Penn State, tight game, do you think we see both quarterbacks?
No, I think it's just too tough, man. I mean, everybody likes to talk about we can do a two-quarterback show, and, you know, Spurrier really tried to do that back in the day with Kresser and Matthews and all those guys, but it just didn't really work out that well, and I don't think you can juggle things like that. Even though both of those players, Finley and Bo Nix, have both been really big leaders since TJ got here, and Bo has stepped it up too. So they both have the leadership cachet to do that. But I just think you get out of rhythm. I think that's a place where you need to know that you have 3 or 4 series so that you can take a risk instead of always playing scared to lose your job.
That's a rhythm is a great thing I want to ask you about. How is the receivers working with the quarterbacks right now? That becomes a big talking point because so much is zig and zag with the receiver-quarterback relationship. Not everybody runs your Madden play route. Everybody, 10 yards and out. There's different choices on every route you run. How is that progressing right now? Do you like the Auburn receivers?
I think they're okay. I think they're better than some people say because they don't really have a star outside of Demetrius Robertson, the transfer from Georgia. And you could argue about whether he's a star or not because he wasn't huge at Georgia. The thing is, you're almost having to restart with these kids because the way Gus ran his offense, he had these patterned routes that he wanted you to run no matter what. So I don't care what's happening. You're running this route, and you're doing it that way. Whereas in the NFL, a lot of times receivers have to read the coverages and try to find soft spots in the defense because ultimately what you're trying to do is get open, not run the route the coach laid out, right? And so I think Cornelius Williams and Bobo and Harsin are trying to having to reteach these kids to look for space and to maybe break off a route a little bit if there's an opportunity there for the quarterback to get the ball to you. So it's almost like a change in mentality, and I think it comes along slowly. But yeah, I think Demetrius is going to be a starter. I like Capers. I like Tavares Dawson, who's one of the true freshmen who's been playing slot receiver. Javarius Johnson had a great spring. So I think they have dudes, but it's just going to be a matter of who can pick up on that extra thought about let's get open versus let's run this exact route.
Jay G Tate is with us. Follow him on Twitter at Jay G Tate, AuburnSports.com, part of Rivals Network there. It would be impossible for the tight end not to be more involved than they were in the Malzahn offense. How do you think they factor in to a Mike Bobo called game?
A bunch. In the last scrimmage that they ran on Friday night, every single offensive set had at least one tight end, and I think it was about half of them had two tight ends. So, it's a huge difference there. I think for the most part, those guys are going to be blockers because they need a lot of assistance on the edge. I don't think their tackles are quick enough laterally to keep up with the best pass rushers in the SEC. So they're going to need help, and I think they have guys that can do that. Rick Deal specifically, John Samuel Shanker specifically, but they're going to be out there a lot. I just question how big of a weapon they're going to be.
You mentioned tight ends. J.J. Pegues was a fun guy to watch last year. How much will we see him on the defensive side of the ball?
Love him. I think he's really a diamond in the rough. And the trick on him was always, can you get him to commit to playing defense? Because people always thought he would be great on the defensive line, but he didn't want to do it. Now it seems like he wants to do it. How much will we see him? I think he's going to be a second-team guy. I would expect him to get 10 snaps a game, something like that. But if he goes out there and his athleticism shines through and he's able to actually kind of outwit these guys, because I don't think he's in a position to outstrength them just yet. If he can outwit them and he catches along with kind of like the mental warfare that goes on along the line of scrimmage, if he catches on to that, I could see him being a 20-snap a game guy. I just think there's a couple guys ahead of him that are going to be better throughout the season, assuming health.
Jay G Tate is with us. Did you have a reaction to the fact that it was Popo and Wooten as the permanent team captains and third-year starting quarterback Bo Nix was not one of them?
A little bit, yeah. But if you think about like this team and how it's going to operate, right? You've got a really good defense, which it's ridiculously loaded with talent, and they've got layers of players like at every position. So it's going to be a defensive-based team, and they're going to run the football. It's going to be like the '90s Giants that won with that formula. So if you think about it that way, yeah, the defense is going to be big. Owen Pappo's their best defensive player, I think. Chandler Wooten is such a great team leader because he opted out last year, busted his butt all through spring, got back, physically there, leadership there. Everybody loves him. So he's a perfect choice for those two. And, yeah, it's a little surprising to have only defensive guys, but they're going to rotate. There's always going to be at least three. So you'd expect to see Bo or Tank or whoever along the way as well.
So is Bo Nix, Phil Simms, or Jeff Hostetler?
Good question.
That is a good question. Hey, so obviously you guys don't get to see the scrimmages, but you talk to the players afterwards. From what you can gather, the biggest difference between Derek Mason and Kevin Still in their approach is what?
Man, that's a tough one. I think it's more personality, even though Kevin's a very, very up-tempo dude. I feel like Derek, they just respect Derek in a way, like almost like he's one of them. And they didn't necessarily feel that way about Kevin, but they like Kevin, too. He's a very popular coach. I think the portability is something. I mean, Derek believes in cross-training like everybody, and I don't necessarily think Kevin thought that. And for some of the players, I think it's very liberating because they know if they're losing ground at one position, they can still fight away at another position. I think Donovan Kaufman's a good example of that, a kid that Derek brought in from Vanderbilt, slotted him in at safety, but he's had some issues at safety because the other guys have been really good. By Darius Knight, who transferred in from Southeast Missouri State, has been really good, better than expected. So now Donovan, who's been cross-training at nickel, can slide over to nickel and compete there, and I think he's going to end up being the starting nickel. So he just creates situations where guys can compete at multiple positions, and I think that gives them something to kind of chew for all the time.
In 2019, Auburn's defense gave up 19.5 points per game. Kevin Steele's last defense last year, 24.7 points per game. Derek Mason's first defense, if I put the over-under, 20 points per game, you going over or under that number?
I would probably go under on that. I just think they've got what they need. We don't necessarily know it yet because there's questions, particularly on the defensive line, but I think they have dudes that are going to perform there. And I think Romello Height, Derek Hall, and Colby Wooden are going to give them the edge presence that they've been lacking. They specifically lacked last year. So, I would go under on that.
Okay, one thing you're watching in the opener, it's an Auburn win. It's one of those kind of games. But the one thing you want to watch and keep your eye on for the 4 quarters in that opener is what, JG?
One thing I want to watch, probably offensive tackles, and see if they can keep up. I know it's Akron, which is not a great equivalent for any SEC teams, but I want to see if these tackles, how they move. Do they get beat inside? Do they get knocked back on their butts a little bit? Or can they have good posture, keep their hands in front of them, have a good punch, and just compete every down? I want to see that. If they can't do it against Akron, dude, it's going to be a long season.
Yeah, you can say that again. You can't do it against Akron. You're not going to do it in the SEC. It's a great point. Mm-hmm. All right, go follow Jay on Twitter, at Jay G Tate. AuburnSports.com is the site, part of the Rivals Network. Great time of year to jump on board there. If you're not a member, AuburnSports.com. And they will keep you updated on everything going on in the football season. Jay, thank you for the time. Always great talking with you.
Thank you for having me on this outstanding show. Love what you guys are doing, so peace.
Thank you, buddy. That's very nice of you to say.
We love what you do, JG. Thank you.
Yes. The obligatory return of the compliment. Yes.
And he finally, I really
do.
No,
I do too.
Yeah.
You know what he does that's really good, and we're delving into this, is after the games, Jay, and he's doing it more and more now, but after the games, he does a YouTube live, like what we're doing, to just taking phone calls.
No, you guys
it's pretty crazy.
Did a really good job of that last year. And I know it's difficult to do because we're trying to take care of 2 fan bases here in state. And
right.
When you've got an 11 o'clock game for one and then a 6:30 game for the other, it's difficult to jump on there twice and do both.
It is, but he does it as long as calls hold out. I think he goes several hours at times. It's crazy.
And I like him because he's not afraid to sip a bourbon while he's doing that, too.
I was going to mention that, yeah.
He's not afraid. JG, a good guy there, and always got good intel on what's going on with Auburn. Good intel on what's going on with their lawn right now with our friends at Wayne's. We all use Wayne's. And right now there's a army worm infestation going on wherever you're watching or listening to us right now, especially in Central Alabama. It is an official infestation, and the folks at Wayne's tell me it's as significant as they've ever seen, this army worm problem. And I know our buddy Scott has dealt with it in his yard. Luckily, I'm a longtime Wayne's customer, and I have not had to deal with that in the house I left behind, thanks to my friends at Wayne's. Wayne's is the exclusive lawn pest and mosquito provider for us on the next round. We all use them. They're our exclusive provider, and they are that good, and they've been that good since 1973. So if you are having problems with army worms or you want to prevent the army worms problems, then you need to contact my friends at Wayne's. It is real easy to do that. You can call them up, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. They handle your EnviroPest services inside your home and outside your home as well. You can use the promo code TNR. That's the initials for the next round. TNR, and you get $60 off your initial EnviroPest service if you use TNR at checkout. Call 866-WAYNES-1 for more details. Whether you're listening to us in Auburn, in Tuscaloosa, Nashville, Knoxville, anywhere in the Southeast, Wayne's is there serving over 100,000 families. If you want some warning signs that you may be having problems with army worms or about to, brown spots that resemble drought conditions if your yard was normally green, moss flying around the yard, evidence of spots on the ends of the blades of grass, or actual visible worms, which I've seen video of in a lot of yards, army worms, infestation. Prevent it from happening to your yard by using our friends at Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1 with that TNR promo code to save $60 off your initial EnviroPest treatment. All right, it is 13 after hour 2 here. Later in the show, we have a couple of special guests, Chris Mortensen and Barry Switzer, who will be with us at the 12 and 12:40 segments of hour number 4. Going to break, I said we had a star that is going to change his name. and it's Kanye West, who is changing his name to YE, which is that Ye for Kanye?
Ye.
Is it Ye?
Yeah, and also he's not just a star; he's a former presidential candidate.
No, he's insane, is what he is.
Yeah.
He's completely insane. He has lost his mind.
I've got his age that I've written down from this story. You tell me what age you think Ye is.
Oh,
I think it's Ye, but he's saying Ye.
It's Ye.
Oh, quick math. He's 39.
39. I thought he was older than what he is. I've got him at 44 if somebody wants to check that.
Oh, you didn't have the answer?
I have it written down from a story that I have him at 44 years old.
But you don't know the answer.
Well, the story I read today had him at
44.
44.
Okay.
Yeah,
He's
44.
only 5'8". Man, I am always amazed when we do stuff like this and we see the heights of these guys. He is only 5'8".
Yeah, and I don't know if we really know
his
his real age. I mean, he's completely gone.
Oh,
off
so
the
you
rails.
think he is like one of the Little League World Series players?
He is. I mean, for a lot of people, he is such a fascinating guy. And look, and he's always been well respected in his industry. But now that he became part of this Kardashian tribe,
They'll do that to a lot of people. Yeah.
has even gone. It's just skyward, and now you can't figure out is he worth $1 billion? Is he worth $1 million? Changing his name, getting divorced, not getting divorced.
You see his other names? Yeezy, Yee, St. Pablo, the Louis Vuitton Don, and Yeezus.
Well, the Louis Vuitton Don is pretty good, though. I'll give it that.
Didn't he just post Drake's address like on social media?
Like his
Am I
home
right
address?
about that? Yeah.
Probably.
Look, pull that back up for us, or if you look on his Wikipedia, his political party, it says birthday. Birthday party.
Yeah.
What's your political party? Birthday party.
I like it.
I'm surprised it's this my own.
Yeah. So congratulations to Kanye, who's officially changing his name there. It's
Did it say on Wikipedia he got divorced this year?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know if it did or not. It's a stake bet that has already been lost.
There it is. Like, go up on the right side, Rocky. It says spouse, Kim Kardashian, married 14.
Separated.
Separated.
Keyword there,
2021.
separated.
Okay.
Yeah, that's already over with, though.
You paid that one off?
Yeah, that was the who is the broadcaster that
Larry
passed?
King.
Larry King.
That was just such a close race. If Larry could have held on just a little bit longer.
Dustin says Lil Wayne is 5'3". Lil is literally in the name. Like,
but
if it's LIL, I assume they're small.
When he came out and he hugged Chris Paul after the Western Conference Championship, he was shorter than Chris Paul, but he wasn't that much shorter than Chris
Kanye?
Paul.
Or
No,
Lil Wayne?
Lil Wayne.
Platforms.
Oh, you think so?
A lot of people wear them, yeah.
Interesting. Kickoff party tonight at Walk-Ons, 5 o'clock. We'll be there until. We've got some gifts, T-shirts and magnetic schedules, helmet schedules from our friends at Redmont Distilling, Redmont Vodka, but that only lasts a certain amount, so come early. When we run out, we run out. Unfortunately, we can't have enough for everybody, but swing on by 5 o'clock until it's over with, and it's all at Walk-Ons off Highway 280, 119 in Birmingham. A couple other notes going on in college football. Chip Brown, our buddy out in Austin, Texas, says all signs are pointing to Hudson Card being QB1 for Texas this year.
So remind me, is Hudson Card, he's a true freshman, right?
Is
I'll
he a
look it
true
up.
or a red shirt?
I think he's a true freshman, which would debunk what Brown brought up yesterday.
That we had no starting true freshman quarterbacks in the Power Five.
To be fair, he said at this moment we don't.
No, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
He's not. He's a redshirt freshman.
Yeah,
So I'm undebunked now.
Yeah, okay. So, but Casey Thompson, when I saw him in limited
That's who I
duty
thought it
last
would be,
year,
yeah.
I thought he was pretty good.
But boy, I tell you what, when you get a coaching change, sometimes that new staff, a guy blossoms into that new coaching. You know, he clicks, the offense clicks for him better. And those coaches frequently come in with a blank slate, and you get to earn the job. And I'm with Lance. I thought it'd be Casey Thompson. I don't know. I mean, look, it matters. Obviously, it's Texas football. It's this not affecting the national championship race. I don't even think it's affecting the Big 12 race.
No, but it could. Texas does have the talent to beat Oklahoma, to beat Iowa State, and really throw things out of whack. And I'm just waiting for Texas. And Sarkisian is such a good play caller, and we talked to Barry Jones about this yesterday, that will he finally have that dynamic quarterback? I was shocked that Sam Ehlinger didn't come back for that free pass year, but we still haven't seen an elite quarterback since Colt McCoy. So it's been over a decade since you've seen elite quarterback play. Ehlinger, to me, I don't know about you guys, Ehlinger was a little bit better than Mond. He was kind of a B-plus guy. I never considered Ehlinger elite. Did you guys?
No, not elite.
I kept waiting for that next step.
It seemed like he was going to get there too.
But he was the kind of quarterback I thought Bo Nix was going to be coming out of high school. Like Bo Nix and Sam Ehlinger were.
Oh yeah,
were what I thought both. I thought that's what Bo Nix would be at Auburn.
Yeah, I think Bo Nix is almost Ehlinger light. I mean, just their ability, their athletic ability to extend the plays, scramble around, tough quarterbacks. Ehlinger has gotten to the 60% completion mark.
Base what you said, and that is something Bo Nix has struggled to do. Base what you said earlier about Texas Christian. I'm going to go very old school and call him Texas Christian.
Yeah, well, that is.
Did you notice that? Listen to
when Texas Christian brings their horned reptiles up to take on the boys from Austin.
They don't play Southern Methodist. Louisiana week 1, Arkansas week 2, then Rice and Texas Tech, and then at TCU and Oklahoma. In those 6 games, Lance, there's some potential landmines for them.
It is.
I mean, Oklahoma's more than a potential landmine. I mean, they're a much better team.
I was on a local broadcast yesterday, a guy that does a pick service kind of thing.
Right.
And we had to pick the Texas-Louisiana game. And he's like, I like Louisiana to win this game. And I said, I can't go that far. I cannot even imagine what we saw with Tom Herman losing that Maryland opener in back-to-back years. As good as Lafayette's going to be this year, they're ranked. They lost 1 game last year. They've got a ton of athletes. They'll have confidence they can beat Texas. I would be blown away. And Texas went from 16.5-point favorite to only a 9-point favorite right now. I just can't see it. Can you guys?
No, but normally what's that move tell you, though?
Oh, it tells you that the Sharps are betting Louisiana Lafayette. I mean, 16.5 is probably too much. I think it'll be a competitive game. But in Austin, if you lose to Lafayette week 1, Texas fans are just going to be like, holy hell, what is going on here?
What have we done now?
When Billy Napier's Mardi Gras parade rolls into Austin.
No, but you're right. You know, we had that poll question, what is more likely, Ohio State to start 0-2? Texas could start 0-2. Lafayette is a tough game, and then you got to go to Arkansas. And imagine how flat that Texas team would be coming off a Lafayette loss.
And let me tell you what, that Arkansas, for whatever it's worth, that'll be about the most jacked atmosphere Arkansas has had maybe since the Petrino era.
Oh, yeah.
Because they are in love with Sam Pittman there. Texas is coming to town. This is an old school Southwest Conference rivalry. The old, wait a minute, am I doing that right? Horns down? No, the old horns down. You remember Houston not beat him? He did the horns down.
You had to go 3 tries to get horns down.
Well, I first did the I love you down, so that means I don't love you.
That means
I
hate you, I guess.
Yeah, so the old horns down, and I mean that'll be a juiced atmosphere. Arkansas, I can't even remember who they play week 1, but they'll be undefeated.
Yeah.
I mean, that'll be a juiced atmosphere. That's a tough spot to walk into, especially if you've lost to Louisiana. It's going to be tough either way.
Texas, to me, had 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 losable games.
But you see my point. As much as you like TCU, you just said that's a team you could see going from outside the top 25 to inside the top 10. They get them in week 5.
Can you
before Oklahoma, they could be 2 worst case at 2-4.
Can you imagine 6-6 year 1?
That'd be brutal.
It'd be hard. When Sarkisian herds his longhorns on the pig trail to Fayetteville. I loved Leonard Saluzar.
You
back in the
did.
day.
You did.
Yeah. Gary Patterson's Bible Thumpers set up a tent revival in Norman this weekend.
How many of our viewers and listeners do you think remember Leonard's
1%.
Not a lot.
I'm talking to the 1%.
That's right.
Hey, and you know what I remember about that? You could get Leonard's Losers at package stores with all the print, but that font was so small, and I would think the demographic for Leonard's Losers was so old. How in the hell did they read that? It was in blue too, wasn't it?
My grandmother had the magnifying. She didn't have glasses. She didn't have readers. She had a magnifying glass. She'd be like,
"Oh, and I bet there was snuff stain on the bottom of Leonard's Losers, right?"
Oh yeah, you could tell if it was last week's by the amount of snuff that was on it. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Hemp Hill. LT, tell us about the great folks at Hemp Hill.
They are my go-to for all things heating and cooling. Hemp Hill Services. They've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemp Hill Services, an independent train dealer. They service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
When we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu plus the all-name team. Somebody went through every roster in college football, and they came up with the 50 best names in college football for this year. Some of them are fantastic. We'll react to those next on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Win your tailgates this year with Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Fresh to order and worth the wait, you can dine in or use their call-ahead drive-thru. At Champy's, you get southern staples like chicken on a stick and Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales. They're the best I've ever tasted. See it all online or order at champyschicken.com. You can mix it up with po' boys, tenders, and those full fried chicken plates. Right on Highway 119 in Alabaster, it's fresh and worth the drive on your way to the beach or the big game. Order online right now at champyschicken.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Buying a house is stressful. Selling a home is stressful. It's an emotional process leaving your home where you raised your family and moving to the home of your dreams. You need a realtor to help you buy with confidence and sell with success. That realtor is Holly Mack Wilson. She is an experienced realtor who often gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Call Holly Mack Wilson and let her help you buy with confidence and sell with success. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Keller Williams Tuscaloosa realtor.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, vulcantireandauto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Athletic is where you get the 50 or so greatest names in college football this year. UAB riddled on all these lists here. There's great UAB names on several different categories. We'll jump into those in just a second. Part of the show being brought to you by the fine folks at the Standifer Insurance Agency.
Insurance is something that is mandatory to have. So you want to at least get the best deal you can, right? Auto rates have lowered 4 times in the last 12 months. So now is a great time to call Jessup Standifer and the Standifer Insurance Group, and at least let them do an insurance checkup for you. They've been serving the Southeast for more than 20 years. They've got the right products at the right prices to earn your business. So call them today, 205-664-3200. That's 205-664-3200. Or visit them on the web for more information, StandiferInsuranceGroup.com.
All right. So what are you watching tonight, Rockstar? Apparently last night was the debut of American Horror Story. I don't watch that series. I don't like to be scared, but American Horror Story, there are a lot of fans of that out there. I don't watch it.
I think it was season 10. They have gone for a long run.
And everything's a standalone show, right?
It's a different story. Sometimes it's the same cast, but it's like Twilight Zone. Everything's different. Every season's different.
Yeah, but wasn't Jessica Lange in almost all of them?
She was like in the first at least 3 or 4.
I saw the very first episode of that, and I have not seen one since.
Well, the Crypt Keeper was in every one of those back in the old. Was
no,
that
the
Showtime?
Crypt Keeper was just set it up. That was HBO.
What did you call
Tales
it?
from the Crypt.
The Crypt Keeper.
You call it Crypt Time? What did you say the show's named?
Showtime. I thought it was on Showtime.
It was on HBO.
What was the name of that show?
Tales from the Crypt.
It was a great show. Yeah.
He just introduced it. That's all. Like he was like the Rod Serling of it.
Would that come on before or after Red Shoe Diaries?
That was on Showtime.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They were all scrambled.
Was that your go-to back in the day?
Oh, yeah.
See what she wrote today? No, but on Netflix yesterday premiered. What do y'all think of Bob Ross?
I dressed up as him once. I don't know how I could pay greater tribute than to dress up as someone and go to a MAC game.
Careful, he's about to be canceled.
Always thought it was
I'm sure he is.
a strange thing, but
Well, everybody thinks he's like this super nice guy, which he was. Loved animals, but the Netflix documentary Bob Ross: Happy Accidents, Betrayal, and Greed. Bob Ross brought joy to millions as the world's most famous art instructor, but a battle for his business empire cast a shadow over his happy trees.
Did he serve in Vietnam, or is that just?
He was in the military. I think so. Yes.
Okay.
He was not with the afro or beard. There's a picture of him with
right.
no afro or beard.
yeah, I don't think that was allowed.
But when your life is done and your career is done, people will go back and
dig
and find some negative stuff.
there's
Then they found bad stuff about Mr. Rogers too, right?
I don't think
No,
so.
I don't think so.
You didn't? Okay.
Bill Cosby.
We have that is established. That's established.
Rockstar. Back turn. Name one thing.
I don't know if you guys have ever. You probably have never seen the video. Do you remember Mike Francesa that used to do the
guy that fell asleep on the air?
Yeah, used to do sports radio WFAN. I mean, he's a legend in the sports radio industry.
The Giants.
That cannot be Bob Ross in that picture, by the way.
That was Bob Ross, military Bob Ross.
Wow.
Yeah. So, the ridiculous fake urban legend, or it's an urban legend, but the ridiculous urban legend the urban legend, Rockstar, that Mr. Rogers was a sniper in Vietnam.
Yes, with the most kills.
And Captain Kangaroo actually saved his life once.
No, I didn't.
No, but Francesa completely fell for it. Like, he tells the story on the air and he drags this story out.
Well, the story was he killed so many people, was #1 sniper in Vietnam, and that he felt so bad for it. So he's like, I'm going to make up for it, and I'm going to be a children's show.
Right.
And I'm just going to be the nicest guy ever to make up for what I did in Vietnam.
Yeah,
that was the
Captain
urban
Kangaroo
legend.
Forrest Gumped him out of
there was
the jungle.
This ridiculous urban legend that Captain Kangaroo actually saved his life, and Mike Francesa completely fell for it.
What a Disney movie.
Yeah.
What is
Mr. Green Jeans was on the copter and lifted him out.
What is the most ridiculous, high profile, like fake Snope story that you guys have ever believed? Because I'll tell you, as a kid,
Jamie Lee Curtis. Well, I didn't believe it, but that's a ridiculous story.
That's not true.
I still glance twice.
I will tell you, we all used to be big SI readers growing up, and I forgot how old I was, probably 9 or 10 when I read the Sid Finch article. I believed it.
Oh, did you?
When I initially read it, yeah. I was a naive 9 or 10-year-old.
Was that an April Fool's joke?
It was,
I think it was, yep.
I remember in middle school that Adam Sandler has overdosed on heroin a few times and died. I remember that was in middle school. Like, did you hear Adam Sandler died? Like, no. And then it was, what was it? Zach Morris and 6 from Blossom. They got in a car wreck.
Yeah, Zach Morris was getting in car wrecks as much as Julio Jones.
Yeah.
I know. Julio Jones broke both legs numerous times.
I did believe the Brody Croyle for a minute.
I did too.
Oh, I will never forget that day.
Yeah, I was anchoring at NBC 13 and actually made phone calls to friends of family to find out.
You were crying, right?
I wasn't. Yeah, well, I mean, I was sad for the loss, but I was more concerned.
That was your quarterback,
I will
T.O.
never forget. I was producer for Herb Winches and Ben Cook back in the day on old 690. And some guy called in because the story was Brody died in a hunting accident in Argentina. And some guy called in and told Herb, I can't believe we put it on the air, told Herb, my wife works in the Gadsden Regional Medical Center emergency room and has a contact in Argentina.
Oh, my God.
Herb, it's 100% true, I promise.
Oh, no.
How did Herbie react?
Yeah, Herb, I think, realized, your wife might work in the emergency room. Having the contact in Argentina was one bridge too far for me.
Yeah. 1-800. I mean, the number to call Argentina.
I know.
Just give me the prefix to call Argentina. Part of our show being brought to you by Nichols. We'll get into some of these names right here.
Speaking of hunting.
Here's a tease. Wilson Beaverstock, UAB place kicker.
Oh, wow.
You got to have a stock, man.
Yeah.
It's the only stock I buy.
And he's a kicker?
Yeah. He's a kicker.
Rockstar.
Better than a punter.
Rockstar, that stock price never goes down.
No.
Yeah.
Always going up.
Lots of big dates coming up for the hunters in the listening audience. Get prepared with Nichols Outfitters. Firearms, ammunition, one of the largest showrooms in the Birmingham area. Find what you're looking for at Nichols Outfitters. They are off exit 242 I-65 in Pelham. You can visit them in-store or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Beaverstock, Wilson Beaverstock is in the animal category, the animal squad from The Athletic that did the story. Spencer Radler is in that one. How did Elijah Badger go to Arizona State as a receiver and not to Wisconsin? That seemed preordained, right?
Think about the
missed by Paul Chris there.
The name, image, and likeness he could get if he was playing at Wisconsin.
Who, Badger?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Rice has a tight end, Jaeger Bull. Bull. Do you think his mom and dad did a Jaeger shots to get that name?
I bet there's probably a story there.
Yep.
The night of conception, maybe?
I mean, think about it. I mean, you mix Red Bull with Jägermeister to actually do the Jaeger bomb. There's got to be something to that, right?
North Carolina has a DB named Storm Duck, and LSU's DB Pig Cage is on the animal list with Wilson Beaverstock. The all-anatomy team.
Oh, boy.
Louisiana Tech quarterback J.D. Head.
Poor guy.
Taj Butts at Missouri.
Yeah, poor guy.
Caleb Cheek at Kentucky. Micaiah Tung at Oregon State. My favorite at Arizona, Booby Curry.
Oh, Booby Curry. Auburn had a Booby.
Yep.
Booby Whitlow.
Sam Hart at Ohio State. J.T. Hand at Arizona. So,
J.D. Hand and J.T. Head? It's
Yep.
awesome.
This is like a Friends episode.
Yeah.
Marcus Finger at Maryland, O-line. Andy Buttrell at Indiana, or Buttrell.
Or butt roll.
I'd go
big
Buttrell.
difference.
I'd go Buttrell, Jim.
It's
Are you?
It's Buttrell.
Are you related to Fred Buttrell?
This guy's legitimately a kicker at Southern Miss. Tucker Barefoot is a kicker.
yeah.
I bet he wears a shoe, though. Don't you?
Well, I mean, the barefoot kickers.
Yeah. The ironic part is he wears definitely wears cleat.
James Head is the D lineman at Indiana. Jalen Cheek, another one, is at Boston College, a DB. And Trey Cartledge, speaking of anatomy, at Arizona, DB.
The Alabama boss on Periscope wants to know if Brad Cock has a kid playing. Your old buddy at second base.
You guys need to start putting the E on the end of that name, by the way.
Oh, you didn't tell us that's how he spelled it?
C-O-C-K-E.
I bet he's dropped
B-R-A-D-E?
He's dropped the E in his old age.
Brade?
Gavin, this is the all tailgate squad. All tailgate squad. Gavin Bierup, the quarterback at Wyoming.
Yep.
Capaccio Cherry at Washington. Elijah Bean, Preston Bacon. How about that? Preston Bacon, wide receiver, Northwestern. I do like Bacon.
We had, was it Wayne Bacon at Alabama?
I think that's right, yeah.
Oh, I like this name. Offensive lineman Juice Scruggs at Penn State. Juice. Wing Green is an O lineman at Georgia Tech. Wing Green.
No, seriously, what's your name? No, we're Wing Green.
Josh Berger at Texas Tech. I mean, if he ends up being really good, they'll just have, hey, concessions in. Go get a Josh Berger.
Well, Jeff Berger was quarterback
That's right.
At Auburn.
Is that Jeff's
back in the
kid?
day. Yep. Russ Yeast at Kansas State. That's not very tailgatey. Of course, Kool-Aid is on several of these. Kool-Aid McKinstry at Alabama. Coffee is on here. Sauce Gardner, Cincinnati quarterback. Sauce is his name. I like that one a lot. And then, of course, they have a whole list of financial names. But good luck to your broadcast team. You can't pronounce a whole list of those, most of them Clemson quarterbacks. And then you get down to just ones they could not put into the category. Justice Powers is a New Mexico State receiver. I like that one a lot. Peace Ado.
Just get rid of it. Adieu to peace.
Adieu to peace. Wisdom Azaboro at North Carolina. Wisdom.
I just bid on something I saw from Tripp. He said Utah State has a punter named Oliver Closeoff. I had to check.
Yeah, he does.
He's not on the roster.
He is not on the roster.
He might be a preferred walk-on, though.
You think that one never gets dropped anywhere?
Oliver Closeoff.
Part of our show today being brought to you, as always, by our friends at Nichols. Did we do Nichols
We
already?
did, Jim.
Yeah, Nichols
I'm both
Outfitters.
standing for
What else you need, Dunaway?
We appreciate that. You want to do the lock right here? You got that ready to go yet? You're still working?
Yeah, I'm still working. Give me just a little bit.
Don't forget, we're at Walk-Ons tonight. When we come back, you'll hear what Nick Sabin says that can still be improved with the Alabama passing game. That and a little from Jimbo Fisher. What happens if you can't remember? You're live and you're announcing your starting quarterback, and you sort of, I see Ben. Remember last year where Jim mispronounced Anus Smith?
Anais. It's Anais Smith. You put him in the anatomy category.
I can't put a finger on his name.
That's why I said Anais.
You've got a dog named Anus, though, don't you?
Angus.
You have to push hard on that G.
And what about, yes, you do, LT. What about you're Jimbo Fisher and you're announcing your starting quarterback and you can't remember the guy who's the backup now?
Oh, no.
It is next on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during this summer of freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit them online, amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender, NMLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit them online for more information. Go to amfirst.org. Again, go online, amfirst.org.
After 40 years in business, Red Wing Shoes owner Steve Sikora has decided to give his stores a needed up-to-date look. The Hoover location now welcomes its customers to enjoy the ultimate fit experience. This updated showroom is now displaying the best Red Wing has to offer. Classic Pecos pull-ons, Red Wing heritage including the Iron Ranger, Irish Setter work, and trusted Basque outdoor footwear. And coming this September, the Trustful location will be moving down Highway 11 between Taco Mama and Metro Diner. Customers will love this updated cool look. Don't wait to visit the two new and exciting locations of Red Wing Shoes.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the Next Round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. What does that mean? It means you are the reason they have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. ERA King believes a culture focused on building value in their agents produces big value for their clients and their families. To find your agent, text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The Next Round kickoff will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. Join the entire Next Round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmont Vodka. The Next Round kickoff Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off Highway 280 and 119.
Next Round kickoff party, our first ever public event since we started the new venture tonight at Walk-Ons, Highway 280, 119, right here in the central Alabama area, Birmingham, just south of the downtown area, out the 280 corridor. Look forward to seeing you tonight, 5 o'clock, until the party ends there. T-shirts with a Next Round logo, also magnetic schedules, and the helmet schedule. What's happening?
Kay Adams, one of Lance's favorites on the NFL Network, was laying on a couch in front of a fireplace.
And she had pajamas on. I mean,
pajamas.
Look, Good Morning Football it's a good show. It's very high energy.
How many times do you watch the show, actually hear the sound?
I never hear the sound.
I've never heard the
but
sound
I can
on
see
it.
there's a lot of energy, and I love Kay Adams. Look at her, though. I mean, she's got pajamas on, blanket, pillows.
Oh, my. What is she selling?
I don't know.
She looks comfortable.
She has sold Lance, I can tell you that.
Good night, Kay Adams. Sweet dreams. Anyway, look forward to seeing you tonight. It's brought to you in part tonight by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling, Charles Barkley owned, and we look forward to hanging out with those folks tonight.
Yes, locally owned and operated. You mentioned Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell is vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, but also provides a smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled. Available at your local package and ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite simple classic gin, Vulcan Gin, also gluten-free and 8 times distilled. The fastest-growing distillery in Alabama is Redmont Vodka. Get some today.
All right, Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 10. This is Nick Sabin yesterday after practice, talking about the one thing that still can connect the dots for the Alabama passing attack. Here is Nick Sabin on Bryce Young and what is maybe still missing a little bit for Alabama before their opener against Miami.
You know, we want to continue to try to develop the kind of timing in the passing game that we need with the new receivers, with the people in the passing game to do the little things right so that we can be a little more accurate, a little bit more consistent. But I think that's a combination not just of the thrower but also of the route runner, because you're expecting him to do one thing and he does something else. So those are all things that we're working on really hard, but I've been really pleased with Bryce. I've been pleased with his attitude. I've been pleased with his performance. And we just got to get the people around him to play a little better on a more consistent basis.
And we talked to Jay G Tate about that the last hour, a little bit about Bo Nix and his receivers at Auburn. A lot of new faces having to catch the football for Alabama this year with a new quarterback. That timing, so important last year for Mack and those guys. It's got to be recreated again every year.
Well, you don't have Devontae. You don't have Jalen Waddle. I'll ask you guys. So you only had 1,000-plus yard receiver last year, and Devontae almost went for 2,000. Mechie was really close, a little over 900 yards. Do you think there are two 1,000-yard receivers on this roster this year?
I do not.
No,
I think Mechie will go over 1,000.
Mechie will go over 1,000. I mean, Waddle, if he would have played the entire season,
he would have easy.
I know that takes away some receptions from both Mechie and Smith, but you could have had three guys. I mean, Devontae's would have been down a little bit, but I think Waddle and Mechie are right up there close to 1,000. I mean, close to three 1,000-yard receivers probably.
When Waddle got hurt, he was averaging right at 100 yards a game.
Right.
So the numbers tell you, yes, he was going to go over 1,000 yards for the season. I think Mechie will. I don't think you'll have another 1,000-yard receiver. I think it'll be spread out after that. And, I think Slade Bolden,
Jamison Williams.
If Jaleel Billingsley gets back in good standing, he'll get a ton of targets.
I mean, Hall could be a major factor as a
Giant
freshman.
Hall. I mean, JoJo Earl. I think it'll get spread a lot after that.
Receiving by committee, but also factor in the fact that Alabama, most people believe they're going to run the ball more effectively and more this year than maybe they have the last couple of years. So that would also lower down the passing yards a little bit. Thought that was really interesting yesterday from Nick Sabin after the practice there. Jimbo Fisher, rock star if you will, give me cut number one. Jimbo making the announcement yesterday morning on 97.7 ESPN radio out there in Bryan in College Station. Jimbo joined him in person and was making the announcement that Haynes King is going to be the starting quarterback for the Aggies. But listen as he makes the announcement where he really can't remember who Haynes King beat out for a second, but finally it comes to him.
How's Haynes played?
Play great. We talked to him yesterday, and right now Haynes will be a starter. And Zach will be the backup right now, but like we had a great talk yesterday, I feel very comfortable with both guys.
Rockstar started over for me again, buddy.
Of course, I know the first name. Jack.
Zach.
Jack.
Yeah, it sounds like competition was pretty close, doesn't it, Rockstar?
Yeah, it does. At least.
How's Haynes played?
Play great. We talked to him yesterday, and right now Haynes will be a starter. And Zach will be the backup right now, but like we had a great talk yesterday, I feel very comfortable with both guys. I think both guys can win and play well. I think both guys had an outstanding camp. And just the criteria of how we went through things, and we had a really good conversation about yesterday. That's how we'll go into this going into this first game, as we say. But like I say, those things are ever changing. I mean, you don't want them to change, but at the same time, competition and guys get better and how they play, and also the roles and what may be needed for each game.
One of two things will happen, LT. Either Haynes King will start every game and finish every game, or they will get a delay a game penalty as he tries to think of the backup quarterback's name to send him into the game.
You're right. That competition must not have been that close.
Yeah,
Zach is not top of mind. Jimbo Fisher would be impossible to understand in a loud bar. Most people are. Yeah. Conversations in a loud bar, loud atmosphere anywhere, it's impossible to understand. He's tough to understand.
So many words. It's just like words just get crammed together, and if you notice, there are a lot of times he doesn't finish. It's so weird. He doesn't finish one sentence as another one is beginning. It's like they overlap, and I know they don't because he's talking. It's not edited.
Do you think in English class he ever got caught for the run-on sentence?
Oh yeah, his entire life is a run-on sentence.
It's true. It's one, not even no paragraphs.
No, they're not.
There's no separation of those words or thoughts.
Coming up at the top of the hour, we know who the quarterback is at Texas A&M. That is a question that has been answered. There are still a handful of unanswered questions out there in the Southeastern Conference. I will throw them out and let the two wise guys on the desk here give you the answer in their opinions. They'll be the captain now, sort of the way I dreamed that segment working, just in reverse. They'll give the answer to the unanswered questions coming up at the top of the hour. Final hour of the show, Mort and Barry Switzer will be with us And the show today is being brought to you in part by the great folks at Gutter Cap. The fall season is upon us here as football kicks off. That means the leaves are falling off your trees.
Yes, I've already seen the leaves falling, and Gutter Cap can help you out. Patent aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out the debris, eliminate the gutter cleaning forever, back with that lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. 45% off that retail price right now. GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it, Gutter Cap.
San Francisco and the Braves start a series tonight. Big one that Braves fans are, of course, watching, but LT will be watching because his Dodgers trying to chase down the Giants. I'll ask you guys this question here as we approach the top of the hour. We've seen no restrictions on fans going in at Georgia and at Tennessee, and a lot of talk the last 48 hours about laws in Alabama where you can't be mandated to get the vaccine, and state buildings and such like that. They have certain protocols. What do you think it's going to end up being at Alabama and Auburn? Georgia and Tennessee, no restrictions at all.
That's it.
Kentucky, you got to have masks on the indoors. LSU, got to have proof of
It will not be what LSU is. Alabama and Auburn, I think, will be just normal business.
I don't know. I thought when I initially heard 2 days ago about LSU that this thing would start rolling in the direction that all 14 institutions would jump on board.
The laws prevent it, though.
I know. It's just it's too difficult.
And it's been very different. Every time somebody announces something, it is very, very different, and all in the same league right there. When we come back, we'll get into those unanswered questions. Keep an eye on this story the rest of the week. The Pac-12, their newest commissioner, said by the end of the week, they would have an announcement of whether they were going to look to expand or not expand. And by week's end, he had said in his news conference about the alliance, they would figure that out by week's end. And I have done it again to you Braves fans. Braves are off for a second day in a row, which is odd in baseball.
Your luck again.
The Braves and Giants start a series tomorrow in Atlanta, San Francisco and Atlanta. How do you get 2 days off in the middle of the season?
That is quite an accomplishment.
Now when you say tomorrow, it will rain.
I keep this up. The Braves may never play a game again. Top of the hour, the next round, part of the Double Down Media Network.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. Two great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during the Summer of Freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever, because this is your summer, the Summer of Freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit amfirst.org/promotions. That's amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender. MLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit amfirst.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. Are you thinking about football season? I know I am in this football season. Are you ready to have the better distance vision? That's right, sitting in the stands, seeing all the plays on the field. LASIK surgery may be right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision to make a no-cost, no-obligation appointment today. And with their affordable payment plans, you can afford to have it all. Football tickets and LASIK surgery, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make that call today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Caliber Sports in Homewood. Caliber is an elite hunting store in Homewood fit for any adventure. Caliber offers high-end specialty products you won't find anywhere else in the Southeast. World-class firearms, whether you're looking for old world charm or modern power and precision, our friends at Caliber have you taken care of. Men's and women's apparel, outdoor gear, and brands such as Gentel, Duckhead, Orvis, Onward Reserve, and more. Stop by, see Jake and the great staff at Caliber Sports in the heart of Homewood. For more information, CaliberXL.com.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain two things. One, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face-to-face, and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website, 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour 3 of the show, it's the 11 o'clock hour, and as always, that means it's time for you to think about lunch with our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. They bring you this hour right there from Highway 119 in Alabaster, your home for blues, brews, and birds. It's Champy's Chicken. Champy's Chicken, win your tailgate this year. Think about you showing up at a tailgate with a big box of Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales and another big box of chicken on a stick, both grilled chicken and fried chicken, or a big box of po' boys, all that, and your traditional tenders and fried chicken plates right there at Champy's World Famous Chicken. Stop by there, and they're made fresh to order. You can call ahead or go online to champyschicken.com and go through their convenient pickup drive-through there. It is all on 119 in Alabaster. Champy's World Famous Chicken, bringing you this hour of the next round. LTD and B, Rockstar and Forrester, all with you. We're about to run through some unanswered questions in the SEC, and you guys give me the reaction or answer to the question. But first, your headlines this hour. Brian Harsin is on track to return Monday to the football building at Auburn. He made that announcement yesterday coming out of the COVID-19 protocol. Brendan Marcello says the 9-game SEC football schedule is gaining traction. It's one of the reads in the morning rounds that you can find every morning at the Next Round Live or nextroundlive.com, the website. LSU, USC going to play a game in 2024 in Las Vegas. That's a great thing. It'll either be on ESPN or ABC. And that comes, of course, the day after the Alliance made their announcement that they were going to sort of team up against the SEC and control a little bit of the narrative in college football and maybe even some scheduling. Not fast enough to shut out LSU and USC from playing each other. And Scott Forrester pointed this out. Conference USA moved up their championship game to December 3rd of Friday, so they'll play their championship game on Friday this year. If UAB is the best team in the league and they're the home team in that game at Protective Stadium, already scheduled to be at Protective Stadium that date, is part of the championship of high school football, December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right there, the Super Six for high school football at Protective Stadium.
By the way, it's a real possibility that UAB is the best team in that conference.
And I would think the Super Six is going to get bumped.
Yeah, you move it to a Saturday, Super 7, I know. Pac-10, Pac-8.
Say,
Super
Southwest
6
Conference.
was the Super 6 when I started.
You move it to Saturday, and you're going head-to-head with the SEC championship game, which is one reason that it's on Friday.
I do like CUSA doing this because I did not like that 11 o'clock.
That's right.
No, I agree.
I like moving it to Friday, and I think that would give you CUSA early and then Pac-12 late.
Yeah, Pac-12 late. Yeah, I always like Pac-12 being on Friday night just to mix it up a little bit.
So those are your headlines. Let's roll through some of these unanswered questions. Brad Crawford wrote the story. He wrote the story earlier this week at 24/7. I'm going to roll them out here for you, and then you give me your reaction. You're great football minds. How dire is South Carolina's quarterback situation? That's his first unanswered question going into this SEC season.
Well, when you've got a grad assistant that has now become an active guy in your quarterback room, Luke Doty, I don't know how good he was going to be. I mean, showed flashes as a true freshman with not a ton around him. Look, this offense, everything's going to be predicated on Kevin Harris running the football, but their quarterback situation is a bad situation. You've got a D2 transfer coming in again. I don't know how old the dude that was going to be on the coaching staff, who's now one of the backup quarterbacks. You've got nobody with any D1 experience.
You make it sound like Zeb Nolan is ashing a cigarette out of his face mask while he's in the huddle.
Well, I mean, he's probably 23, 24 years old, but the guy had no intention of playing this year.
Well, let me ask you this. Kentucky was dead last in passing offense last year. 121.5 per game. That's remarkable that's how bad they were. Lance, Kentucky threw 7 touchdowns and had 5 interceptions. Equally remarkable that's how bad they were. South Carolina's better than that.
Yeah, they've got to be better than that. That was 7 touchdowns in 11 games last year for Kentucky. That's nearly impossible.
South Carolina last year was 187 per game, 8 touchdowns, 9 picks. They were 66 yards a game better than Kentucky, had 1 more touchdown and 4 more interceptions. So they weren't much better than Kentucky already last year.
And that's with the quarterback they wanted.
Okay, so what was it was Washington State UCLA game that played into like the 60s or 70s last year.
Yeah.
I just wonder if you had a combo of touchdown passes that were almost the combo of those two last year.
For the whole season
in
one game.
So it's 15. There had to be a game. That game felt like it had 15 touchdown passes.
Just a little bit of bubbling of light at the end of the tunnel for Tennessee fans, I feel, as the season approaches. Brad asked this question at 24/7 Sports. Can Tennessee overcome their roster issues? There seems to be some talent in places on that Tennessee roster. Can they overcome their roster issues this year?
You lost your best players. Eric Gray, your best offensive player is now at Oklahoma. Your best defense player in Toa is at Alabama. I don't know. I mean, Josh Heupel just doesn't have the deck is so empty for him right now.
So your answer is no.
My answer would be no.
Yeah,
I don't know where the talent is.
Yeah.
Does Texas A&M have the offense to warrant playoff noise? Asks Brad Crawford at 24/7. Can Texas A&M offensively be good enough to contend for the playoffs?
Isaiah Spiller is going to be one of the best backs in college football. Aeneas Williams is going to be a major weapon. I just don't know how good Haynes King is going to be. And the offensive line, who finally got solidified last year after giving up a slew of sacks in 2018 and 2019, you lose a lot up front. I'm not sure.
You want a surprising stat? I gave you the stat yesterday that Kellen Mond is 11th all-time in Southeastern Conference passing.
Yep.
Where do you think, based on that information, and Texas A&M went 9-1, 10-1, whatever they ended up?
Texas A&M last year was 9-1.
9-1. Yeah, they had that one game they didn't get to play. Where do you think they ended up in the conference in passing? This is yards per game.
9th.
Are you looking at it?
Oh, I said it yesterday.
Is it 9th?
It is 9.
Yeah.
How does...
Because they were first in rushing, they were 9th in passing. I brought this up when we were talking about Kellen Mond yesterday.
How does that happen, though? How does he finish where he is?
That was my question.
Career, and they're only 9th in the conference passing.
A lot of good passing offenses in the league.
Well, there were, but you're 9th. I mean, you're behind Arkansas. Did you think Arkansas was a good passing offense?
I did not think they were ahead of Texas A&M. No,
you're behind Georgia, who was starting Stetson Bennett for part of the year. You think they were good?
I would have honestly. I would have thought Alabama, Florida,
Ole Miss, and then I would have probably gone A&M,
and then maybe Mississippi State, just because they just didn't run the football.
Yeah. But I'll give you that point, though. A&M's got to be better than that in passing offense, you would think.
If they're going to get where they want to go.
Well, if they're going to get where they have to be, if they're going to get where they want to go. But
Because I don't think they'll
are.
run the ball as well, even with Spiller and all that, all the talent they have at running back. That offensive line not as good as it was last year, in my opinion. Will Ole Miss handle sizable expectations? This is different this year for Lane Kiffin. Last year, I mean, everybody knew what Lane was offensively and how bad that defense was, but it was all house money for Ole Miss last year. There was zero expectations. That opener against Florida, anything they did was house money. So this year, there are people that think, okay, Ole Miss, with what they did last year, they got a chance to beat Alabama maybe. Or Ole Miss could beat any team they play on the schedule and have a chance to maybe make it to Atlanta or finish in the top 10, get 10 wins, get 9 wins. There are expectations there. Can they handle that?
The expectation for me is 8-4.
History would say no.
And that's still building on 5-5 last year. So I think 8-4 in year 2, although you've got what is a dynamic quarterback in Matt Corral, I still think that would be a successful year. You'd be in the top 25. When you start to look at the schedule, I mean, this is a very manageable schedule. They're only going to be underdogs, to me, on paper right now, only twice, at Alabama, at Auburn. I think against Texas A&M and Oxford, they might be favored in that game right now. Against LSU and Oxford, they might be favored in that game. These are all losable games. I think they go 8-4. I don't know if that's the expectation Ole Miss fans see right now.
No.
Do they really believe 10-2?
I think Ole Miss. I think a lot of people, maybe not even Ole Miss fans, but they have become almost a sexy pick to be that team that starts outside the top 10 that ends up in it.
It's to me, it's unrealistic.
Real quick though, the Louisville game. You see that going how? First of all, what's your Vegas number?
It's 9.5.
And you would put that in the losable category, but it would surprise you.
You think Louisville takes a bump up this year?
Yeah, so we go back 2019, year 1, Scott Satterfield. That was a pretty good Louisville team. They overexceeded. Last year was a really bad year. Malik Cunningham regressed at quarterback. I think he's going to be better. I think Louisville will be better. I think Ole Miss wins that game, though. Okay. It is a losable game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Ole Miss wins that game, and I think they have a really good year. I think they handle expectations.
They'll lose a game they shouldn't, though, and they'll win a game they should.
That's sort of the personality of Lane Kiffin, right? What's the status of Eric Gilbert at Georgia in your mind? Do you think you see Eric Gilbert? I'll put the over-under of him playing in 2.5 games. Would you take over-under?
I would take over that. I think he'll get it figured out with Eric Gilbert.
I do, too.
He's so talented.
I think he's got to be on the field. You know, we saw him on the field a little bit last year for LSU, and I think Eric Gilbert ultimately will be on the field. I don't know how much. I mean, he had 35 receptions as a true freshman last year. There's such an expectation with him.
We will do more of these unanswered questions in just a second, and we'll do 3 and Out at the end of this segment, all before Trash on the Table. Big, packed final hour of the show with Chris Mortensen and Barry Switzer, but part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Wayne's. And right now there's an infestation going on in your area, especially if you're listening to us in Central Alabama or watching us in Central Alabama. Wayne's is the exclusive provider of the entire Next Round crew. We trust them, and you guys should too, especially when it comes to preventing these army worms that are out there. If they have not infested your lawn right now and you're not a Wayne's member, you call Wayne's right now and get on board. Before those army worms destroy your lawn. 866-WAYNES1, 866-WAYNES1. Use the promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. At Wayne's, they provide residential and commercial termite protection. They provide pest prevention, mosquito control, which I did for the first time this year at my old house. Loved it, did not get bit one time. And, of course, the lawn care services we are talking about. Since 1973, Wayne's has been the answer for over 100,000 families right now. 100,000 families right now in our viewing area from Knoxville to Nashville, Tuscaloosa to Auburn. Join us as being part of the Wayne's family. 866-WAYNES1, 866-WAYNES1. One of the questions from 24/7 and Brad Crawford, can LSU overcome the loss of Miles Brennan? You always thought it was going to be Max Johnson, so that's a yes for you.
That is a yes for me. I thought Max Johnson looked to be the better quarterback. So, and Ed Orgeron said this when Miles Brennan was healthy. I think we've got 2 championship quarterbacks. I think it was going to be that close. Miles Brennan might have ultimately been the guy, but Max Johnson was going to be really close. I would have bet on Max Johnson. I think LSU is going to be fine at quarterback.
If I told you 312 a game, 24 touchdowns, 9 picks, that's what LSU was last year. If I gave you that again this year, that's not awful.
It's not awful.
It was 4th in the league last year.
It's not awful, but boy, we got teased when we go back to that Joe Brady offense with Joe Burrow.
There's no doubt. It regressed from that. Now, the problem is, Jim, they were at 58% completion percentage.
No, I'll tell you the
they
biggest problem is they didn't have a go-to back.
That is true.
John Emery needs to be that guy this year.
The LSU passing game had some meltdown games. One of them was at Auburn. I mean, that was one of the historically worst days. And we've lived to see a day where Jamie Howard threw like 4 interceptions at Auburn. The one they had this past season might have been worse than that. That was just an epically horrible day of quarterbacking.
How will Florida adjust to heavy personnel losses offensive? They seem to be good defensive down at Gainesville. Really good, stingy Gator defense coming back if Todd Grantham gets on the same page again. What about offensively? Do you feel like they adjust well?
There's just so many losses. You know, they had what was their best quarterback since Tim Tebow and Kyle Trask. They had a generational talent in Kyle Pitts. Kadarius Toney is a guy they're not going to be able to replace. They had what was an elite offense. If they would have had a semblance of a defense last year, they would have been in the 14 playoff. They were that good offensively. I think they're going to take major steps backwards. The good news is you've got Dan Mullen there, an offensive guy, but they scored 478 points last year in 12 games. I mean, it wasn't Alabama's offense, but it was a top 5 offense last year. So I think they take major steps back offensively.
Yeah, well, and they probably do. UPenn last year more on Todd Grantham.
I don't think it'll be LSU 2019 to LSU 2020 offensive backwards, but there's going to be a big gap.
And the last one before we do our 3 and out today, where does Kentucky go from here under Mark Stoops? If I asked you, Brown, what is now considered successful for Mark Stoops at Kentucky?
I think 9 wins. I think hitting the 9-win mark is considered successful.
Did you see what Shane Matthews said?
I do.
Boy, that is a high bar. I would think that 8-4 is still successful for Kentucky.
But at some point, as Brown is saying, you get used to.
You get.
7 wins, 8 wins.
That's
7
where I
wins,
always
8
am.
wins. 7 wins, 8 wins.
They were 5-6 last year.
You got to do. It's
an all-conference schedule.
Yeah, all SEC schedule. You got to do something to push this rock up the hill a little further.
I think 9 wins is a heavy expectation. I mean,
it's not an expectation; it's success, though. That's what I'm saying.
But I think 8 is success. They've won 10 games once in 50 years.
He's had a 10-3 one time, 2018.
Yeah. So that's unanswered questions from Brad Crawford. I agree with you. It's 9 wins. Shane Matthews says that he's not worried about them beating Florida, Kentucky beating Florida, until, as he says, they can complete a pass downfield.
That has been difficult.
They can't throw the football.
Until they
do that, Shane Matthews isn't worried about them being at least 3rd best in the East. It seems like a 2-team race in the East and then a gap before you get to Kentucky. And somehow closing that gap is how you define success now for Mark Stoops.
Yeah, I think more interesting is going to be, I know there's people out there that believe Kentucky can be the 2nd best team in the East. I still think it's Georgia, gap, then Florida, gap, and then Missouri, Kentucky, probably Kentucky, Missouri, and then you've got Tennessee, South Carolina, Vanderbilt.
Yeah, I think it's a good assessment there. Every day we've been counting down our 40 and 40 voted on by 56 of you and all of us on the show. And we appreciate you guys voting, all of our viewers and our listeners on our 40 and 40 this year. We have come to the end today and tomorrow. We're at number 2 today. It is the Oklahoma Sooners. So that means the one team that hasn't been unveiled yet is number 1. That's Alabama. The breakdown on the Tide tomorrow on all of our social media platforms. That and our 3 and out today brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yes, it's still hot out in Alabama. Dunaway, drop by any of the 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto for one of their AC checks to make sure you've got the fluids under the hood to stay cool behind the wheel. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
I know there's a chance that either one of these happens, but better chance Spencer Rattler actually wins the Heisman this year or Texas A&M gets to the 14 playoff.
Better chance Spencer Rattler wins the Heisman Trophy.
I agree completely on that.
The only reason I bring this up is you think about what type of numbers Spencer Rattler needs to put up based on Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray winning this thing.
Oklahoma numbers is what he needs to put up.
Well, but you get compared to other Oklahoma quarterbacks, and that's part of the problem.
It becomes a Lincoln Riley. As good as Spencer Rattler can be, it becomes a Lincoln Riley system.
Well, you're right about that. His numbers last year in 11 games, 67.5% completion percentage, 3,000 yards, 28 touchdowns, 7 picks, 275 a game. It's got to be better than that.
Now, the good news is
better than
we fully expect Oklahoma to win the Big 12, probably get back to a 14 playoff. If they do that based on where they are right now, he's going to be the face of the program, and you've got to have one of those guys in New York. So you guys are right. It would be Spencer Rattler.
I believe that because of the gap you've had since Oklahoma being really the biggest show in college football offensively, and then you've had Joe Burrow in LSU and Mac Jones in Alabama, I think it takes away immediately judging by every Oklahoma quarterback of the past. Now I think you're judged by what Alabama's quarterback did last year and what LSU's quarterback did before that.
Yeah, but I think more what Lance said is you become a system quarterback. It is the Lincoln Riley system, and I don't know how you break that stigma if you're Spencer Rattler. I really don't.
Second down.
Who becomes a head coach first? Joe Brady, who we just mentioned, the former OC or assistant OC, passing game coordinator, whatever you wanted to call him at LSU, who's now the OC, the Carolina Panthers, or Alex Grinch, defensive coordinator at Oklahoma?
I'm going to go Alex Grinch, Brown, on this one. I think he has a good chance of being that guy this year. I don't know where Brady would go. Would it be an NFL job?
Yeah, I think if Sam Darnold has any kind of year this year, it'll be an NFL job.
Yeah, and I think that's why Brady went back to the NFL, Dunaway, is he had an opportunity to stay at LSU or go anywhere else and make major money. He wanted to get back to the NFL game. Last year was kind of a disaster for Carolina in year one. They got better as the season progressed. Again, I fully expect, as bad as their offense has looked in the preseason, I think they're going to be pretty good this year.
If he wants to make big money, he should just go to MSNBC. Did you see that Rachel Maddow lady? She's getting $30 million a year.
And she's doing 1 day a week, I think. She's doing a weekly show.
She's not.
No, she's not.
No, I think she wanted to do a 1 day a week show.
That's what she wanted to do?
Well, me too.
Yeah, who
She
doesn't?
said she was putting in like 15-hour work days or something like that.
If I could just do Wednesdays.
$30 million. How does MSNBC even make $30 million a year?
I don't know. That's incredible. There is going to be more attrition in the NFL. You guys will give me that typically. I don't know how many
7 to 9 jobs generally come open, right?
Yeah, and you've got to have a job that actually fits. A lot of times in the NFL, any of those 32 jobs would work for a really good coordinator. In college football, there seems to always need to be a link, whether it's geography or a link to that school or a link to that coaching that's been there before. But in the NFL, you can take any of those jobs. So I think it's Joe Brady.
Keep an eye on the Bengals this week, because Joe Burrow is going to get his first action since his injury last year and playing in what is being considered the meaningless exhibition game. The coach there is Zach
Taylor.
Zach Taylor says they're going to be smart about it. Well, I think smart about it maybe is not putting him out there. If you end up getting hurt in the limited plays he plays, boy, that would put him on the wrong side of that fan base pretty darn quick, and that would be a good place for Brady back with Burrow.
Third down.
Ultimately, who is the better NFL quarterback? Would you go Baker Mayfield or Kyler Murray?
I think I'll go Baker Mayfield. Well, you're down on Kyler Murray. You've not liked what you've seen.
I just don't think he's got the accuracy.
Yeah, I think I'd go Baker Mayfield.
Once he gets out of the pocket, he is one of those frustrating guys if you're on the other side, whether it's your favorite team against him or you're betting against him, because he is quick as lightning. But Baker Mayfield, what I saw last year, he looks like a borderline, has the potential to be an elite quarterback.
I'm going to go with Baker Mayfield too, but both of those guys have been blessed with, I think, a very good, talented receiving core of some seasoned veterans. Imagine if those two guys didn't have the receiving cores they had at both their locations in Arizona and in Cleveland, if they had pedestrian receivers like some teams are forced to have. Like right now, what is the Eagles' receiving core like to you? Like Jalen?
You got Devontae Smith.
Jalen
Reagor, who was a first-round guy out of TCU 2 years ago, who was hurt.
They had to draft a rookie because they were in such need of a receiver.
Yeah, they're young. They're an unknown.
Yeah, but
former quarterback and Greg Ward is one of their receivers.
Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, the Super Bowl teams last year, receiver options all across the board. I think Baker and Kyler have those type of guys, and they're not that way in every franchise.
Fourth down.
Okay, more regular season wins. Cowboys 17 games, Sooners 12 games.
I'll take Sooners. 12 games. I expect the Sooners to go 12-0 in those 12 games. Are the Cowboys going to get to 12 wins?
Lincoln is not Ryan Day. He loses one every year.
He does.
Like. Is Kansas State on their schedule? Yeah, they are. They are.
Happen to have to play them. Yes.
I would say 11. It'll be
close.
It'll be close. I mean, the Cowboys could easily be 11-6. I like Dak. I like Zeke.
But I feel great about Oklahoma winning at least 11 games.
Me too.
I'm
That's
not
right.
so sure because I think Washington can be really good. I think New York's going to be improved.
Yep.
So I could see Dallas win 10 games, so I would go Oklahoma.
Big buzz from practice yesterday at Washington. They ended in a 51 defense where they had 5 defensive linemen lined up. Chase Young and Allen was up there, Montez Sweat, Deron Payne.
That defensive line
I can't
is
remember the
legitimate.
fifth one, but they had 5 monsters
It's brutal.
on the defensive line up there. Also from camp yesterday, Mac Jones against the first-team Giants completed 21 of 23 passes at one point, 14 straight consecutive completed passes, and 2 deep touchdown throws against the Giants' number 1 defense.
You know, Belichick's been one of these guys. He hasn't had to really worry about quarterback for a long time up until last year. He seems like a guy that doesn't want to play a young quarterback, but back to the point we made with Nick Saban earlier in the show, he is going to play the best guy. But what I saw with Cam Newton before he goes to COVID protocol is he looked really good in the preseason.
He did. Yep.
So I think it's his job to lose. I think Cam Newton will be your starting quarterback. If he struggles at all, Mac will get his chance sooner than later.
Cam back today, though, at practice, and Mac Jones has struggled just a little bit.
And what's happening? So he's not as good when the veteran is
Yeah,
on.
when Cam's
is
looking
there
over his
watching.
shoulder, yeah.
Oh, mac and cheese. Nice throw, mac and cheese. All right, that's 4 Downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Hey, as the kids are back in school or off at college, make sure they'll be safe on the road. Take their vehicle to any of the 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto to get a look at those brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, when we come back, we'll do a little trash with LT. This hour being brought to you by our friends at Champy's right there at champyschicken.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
As the Tide embarks on their journey to the next title, celebrate with Daniel A. Moore's Tributes in Oil to the 2020 championship season. Unrivaled is Moore's commemoration of Alabama's national championship beatdown of the Buckeyes. And Heisman Heights portrays Devontae Smith's one-handed catch against LSU. Available individually or as a discounted championship season bundle. Visit DanielMooreArt.com or call 1-800-735-2787 to order your heirloom quality fine art print or canvas today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken, Blues, Brews, and Birds. Not in that order. I need to read it to get it the right way, right? Hey, they serve them all. Not in that order right there. Blues, Brews, and Birds. I got it right.
Oh.
It's Champy's World Famous Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. The great folks there. Swing by there and have lunch today, tomorrow, or take a tailgate from Champy's World Famous Chicken, champyschicken.com. About to get trash on the table. Kickoff party tonight at Walk-Ons. Looking forward to that. Word came out from Auburn yesterday, official release. They don't want you to roll the Tumors Oaks this year again. We're to that. The growth is going well with the live oaks there, but they have other designated trees they want you to roll, but not the two live oaks that they've had to replant. Was that all the way back in 2010, 2011?
I don't remember.
So we're a decade removed from that.
Is he dead?
I think he did die, didn't he?
Did he die?
I think so.
I think he did.
Forrester says he's dead.
Yeah.
Brown's is not sure.
Was Forrester the coroner?
Forrester, you're new to the show. We have a
Were you at his funeral, Forrester?
We have a long history of saying people are dead and not
That's
dead.
right, yes.
Massive heart attack. He died.
He's died, yep.
2019, right?
Yep. August 1, 2020 is when the story was written at CNN.com.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What's the sack meter where he is right now?
Oh
my God.
Yeah.
Just asking.
Son away.
Yeah.
Too much for me.
Just ask. I was just asking.
Yeah.
It's 8.9 for us today. Okay, trash is coming up.
We'll do it, yes.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage, right? They bring you trash every day. Rockstar, hit the big button.
There's a reason that women live longer, Mark. Let me tell you. It is because we are stronger and we are happier at the end of the day than most men. And that is factual, and you know it.
When men are married to women who scream like you, they just want to die sooner.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, if you're looking to purchase or refinance a home, act now before those rates go on the rise. With locations nationwide, lending directly to home buyers, our friends at Mortgage Right remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring that fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. We start first. I don't know how this is possible, Rocky. Police are probing the bizarre case of a 25-year-old Indian man who suddenly died after using a high-powered epoxy resin instead of a condom before having sex.
You know why?
Why?
Drugs. Lots and lots and lots of drugs.
Now, according to a local investigator, quote, they used the adhesive to avoid pregnancy.
I think this will work.
Now, Saman Mirzi and his unnamed ex-fiance. Does it make her an ex because he's dead now?
I don't know. That's a weird detail.
That is a weird way of wording it.
I think she would have dumped him anyway.
Well,
dumb as a rock.
She was down for this. Where they were captured on closed-circuit television security footage entering a fatal flophouse. Now, several witnesses that Mirzi, along with his former fiance, both of whom were addicted to drugs, had gone to a hotel. Now, they applied the epoxy adhesive on his private parts as they were not carrying any protection.
But they happen to have epoxy adhesive?
I'm
telling you,
I'm going to roll the dice at this point. She's my fiance.
Yes,
I'm on a lot of
fiancé.
drugs.
Yes.
Even if she's the ex-fiance, I think this is a bad move. Apparently
clearly,
it was.
yeah.
Now, in addition to sealing off his manhood, the couple also mixed the epoxy with a, quote, whitener and inhaled the mixture for an extra kick before they had sex.
It's like Tabasco sauce.
Yes, naturally.
It's a topper, man.
Wow.
I think she's pretty lucky that she ended up breaking loose from this guy.
Yeah, I'm going to say both of these always got the floater on the bushwhacker, right?
They did. Extra shot for those that don't drink.
Now, the Lovebirds' acquaintances told an official that doomed duo were intoxicated from the chemical cocktail at the time of the ill-fated hookup. This is a college.
There's a lot
writer,
going
by the
on in
way.
that story.
Yeah, Ben brings up a great point. Do they have? Is it on the sign? Welcome to this fatal flop house. You never want to stay in a fatal flop house.
I don't want to stay in a flop house.
He didn't.
Is that a drug house or is that a whorehouse?
I think it's a combination.
We could do both, man. It's a duo.
Oh.
I'm going to Google a flop house.
Anyway, he died due to multiple organ failure and stupidity. I'm going to throw in there.
Yeah, that's one of them. I've never heard the phrase flop house.
You haven't? Seems like it'd be something in Peaky Blinders.
It's called a Das House in English in London.
This is where Brown just reads.
Very low-cost lodging. You're incorrect.
So it's just
So it's like a hostel with mattresses and dirty people on the floor.
Pretty much.
Okay, I'm not a big roller coaster guy. Anybody here?
No, hate them.
I
It just depends.
I will ride them if it needs to be ridden. Like if I'm being a dad.
Does this need to be ridden?
Excuse me.
Well, I'm just saying.
What's her name?
If I'm at Disney and my kids are there and they need somebody to ride with them, I will ride, but I don't like them.
It needs to be ridden.
Okay, known as the world's most terrifying amusement park rides, the
This one does not need to be ridden.
Yep.
Dudanpa roller coaster in Japan's Fuji Q Highland, near the base of Mount Fuji. We found out last night the country with the most snow in the world.
No, snowiest cities in the world. I don't know how that's determined.
okay.
But
is Japan.
Japan. I was very surprised by that.
It's a shocker. Anyway,
host of the Winter Olympics.
This roller coaster has been shut down by the region's government.
And
the
summer.
closure comes after several passengers sustained fractured bones while on the ride. Now, the coaster, known for his, quote, super death speeds, is the fastest accelerating roller coaster in the world. It goes from 0 to 112 miles per hour in 1.56 seconds.
That'll fracture some bones.
Getting
don't you
after
think?
it.
You can't do that falling off a building.
I mean, if you get off of a ride and you've got a broken femur or tibula,
It is going bad. Yep.
And you didn't fall out of the ride, something is not right.
Reports are 4 people have broken bones. 4 of the 6 say they've broke their neck or back on this ride.
The guy in trash to start with, he would have put on the
epoxy
before he got on.
Yeah.
I'm not going to break this bone.
Does this one need to be ridden?
Okay, I've got the richest fictional characters of all time. Jay Gatsby from The Great Gatsby, worth $1 billion.
Not a real guy?
Mr. Monopoly, $1.2 billion.
You would think Mr. Monopoly would have more money than that.
Well, he would be now.
Yeah.
Hey, no joke, cleaning out our house, found a board game. Maggie made me throw it away. It was
Alabama-opoly?
It was a board game from my wife's mother's mother, so my wife's grandmother.
Okay.
And it was from the 40s. It was called Gusher. And
oh my God.
And it was like oil. It was like a cheap version of Monopoly, it looked like. A lot of the pieces were missing, or I would have saved it because I think it would have been valuable.
Well, probably so. You didn't just throw it away, did you?
No, I literally just threw it away. And
I'm going to Google it.
I just Googled it. There's a Gusher has been sold for $36,000.
I can see your clock is still on. That would be Jimmy's luck, though.
No,
Jimmy
I'm
Laidlaw.
Googling it. That's got to be worth something.
It's
It's
gotta
from
be
the
worth something.
40s.
The Gusher board game, was it from the 40s?
Well, you just literally said it was from the 40s.
It said in the 40s. And
Well, this is when everybody wanted the oil. This is after
That's right.
pre-Beverly Hillbillies, right?
And it was like you could possibly win $1 million is what it was.
Could possibly.
It looked
I
like
wanna
a
make any
cheap
promises.
version of Monopoly.
I hope I can.
I like the action pieces.
What this
oil
was,
rigs.
is an oil derrick.
Yeah. That is crazy. The game gusher.
God, I wish I could find that it was worth.
It looks really complicated, by the way.
Not as clear a path as
It looked like
Sorry.
it was designed quickly. Hey, we need to do it tonight.
We're out of time, boys. Printer.
Take that Van Gogh picture off the wall. Let's call that the board.
We're talking richest fictional characters of all time. Montgomery Burns from The Simpsons, $1.5 billion. Christian Grey from Dunaway's favorite trilogy, 50 Shades of Grey, $2.5 billion. Bruce Wayne, $9.4 billion. Charles Foster Kane from Citizen Kane, $11.2 billion. Tony Stark from Iron Man, $12.4 billion.
Wait, in Citizen Kane, he had that much money?
Yeah. Well, it was William H. Hurst, right?
But in the billions way back in the 30s?
I mean, he owned, like, he was the media magnate back in the day.
They called him the Gusher King.
I think they did. Tony Stark, $12.4 billion. Carlisle Cullen from Twilight, $46 billion. Do we have anybody that knows anything about Twilight back there?
I talked to somebody yesterday that's seen a couple of those.
Of
but,
the Twilight?
Yeah.
Was that the Robert Pattinson character?
No, it's some guy's dad. It's I've never seen it, but it's one of the characters' dad is a bajillionaire.
Scrooge McDuck on there?
He is top, Dunaway.
Yeah.
$65.4 billion for Scrooge McDuck.
No, give credit to Thomas. He's the one that threw it in the
okay.
chat.
He would literally dive into money and swim around in it.
Get a gold, yeah. You don't. It does.
A vault.
It really hurts.
Do
when
you,
do
do
that.
you remember one of the great scenes in Breaking Bad when Lavelle Crawford, who we've had on the show, and Bill Burr
would lay down on the money?
Yeah, they go to the storage room. He was like, I just want to be Scrooge McDuck for a second. And they just lay on that pile of money. And they had no idea what that pile was worth.
And the way it's shot, too. I mean, they shot it
Yeah,
perfectly
it's
because the
great.
camera was above them like that.
Okay, I've got actual nicknames for U.S. presidents. Before you compiled this, did you know these nicknames?
Some of them I did, not all of them.
Okay, Grover Cleveland, Uncle Jumbo.
Yeah, it's a good name.
Yeah, I can see that.
James Madison, His Little Majesty.
That's not as good as Uncle Jumbo.
Wow. You think
James,
he was...
Well, James Madison was like 5'4", I
Yeah,
think.
but you think he was a handful? They call him the Little Majesty?
Hold on. Kanye may want to be named that at one point.
John Adams, His Rotundity.
His rotundity, yeah.
Tough word.
I didn't know John Adams was that big.
It was a little. No, I think he was a little thick.
Yeah.
We all know Bill Clinton, Slick Willie.
Yep.
That's not a bad name.
Earned that one.
William Howard Taft, Big Lub.
Oh, Big Lub.
Sounds like somebody you play softball with.
You
doesn't
hear
it?
him on those creaky floors upstairs?
Come on, Big Lub. One time. Need a big one here.
James Buchanan was bachelor president. Was he? Did he take advantage of that?
No, he did not. I think that was he was the only president that was ever a bachelor, but I don't think he took advantage of it. Okay. I don't think he ever brought a woman in.
Gotcha. And our final actual nickname for a U.S. president, Zachary Taylor, was Old Rough and Ready.
Old Rough.
So that one, James Buchanan.
Rough and ready.
This is a little surprising.
Whole bottle of epoxy.
So Turkey Hill, I don't know who Turkey Hill is, but they did a poll. They asked 4,000 social media followers to tell them their favorite flavors of ice cream. And we've got the top 10 here. Where do you think vanilla and chocolate would be on the top 10 list?
A chocolate high, vanilla low.
I think it would be I think vanilla is very high. It's going to surprise you. I think they're 1-2 on the list.
I like
think-
vanilla ice cream better than chocolate.
You know why? It's more versatile.
Well, vanilla is?
Yes, you can do.
It is, yeah.
Yeah,
You
you
put
just so much-
anything in it.
Yes, chocolate
But-
kind of.
I don't need anything else with chocolate.
Okay, you guys are going to be a little surprised. Vanilla didn't break into the top 10. It was number 12 on the list. Chocolate was actually number 13 on the list.
It's
Didn't
a
make
bad
the top
list.
10.
Throw it away.
Some of these I've never even heard of. Number 10 on the list, cookies and cream. I can take it or leave it.
Yeah, I'm all right with it.
But I feel like you don't get any of them without vanilla. Like I feel like
True.
everything
Well, it's
starts
the
with
base,
yeah,
yeah.
you start with vanilla and add stuff to it.
Number 9 is peanut butter ripple. If you're
No, thank
wondering
you.
what that is, it's vanilla ice cream with peanut butter waves. So
Yeah.
vanilla.
No.
Number 8 is double dunker. It's mocha ice cream with cookie dough and chocolate cookie swirls.
Nope.
I don't hate that.
Number 7 is chocolate chip cookie dough.
Okay.
These next two are really surprising to me. Number 6, black cherry.
Not a fan.
No.
Cherry Garcia is so good.
That
though.
is really good.
Oh, so
And that's what that is, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Number 5 on the list is black raspberry.
Hate raspberry. Hate it.
But I tell you, I found that one, though, the Tillamook brand, that's the white raspberry. I don't know, my wife bought it. White raspberry something. Whew,
White
phenomenal.
chocolate raspberry?
White chocolate raspberry. Phenomenal.
Number 4 on the list is chocolate marshmallow.
No. I don't like that.
I just don't really like marshmallows
I
anymore.
don't either.
I liked them a lot as a kid. I liked them a lot as a kid. Number 3, Brown, you'll love this, butter pecan, which I think is overrated.
I like pralines and cream more than butter pecan, but butter pecan is good.
It is good, but it reminds me of somebody's grandparents.
Okay.
Seems like something grandparents would eat. Butter pecan.
Number 2 is chocolate peanut butter cup.
No.
So good.
So your wife was in the lobby yesterday. My daughter was in the lobby yesterday, and they were working on a little project for tonight's kickoff party.
Correct.
And I unleashed number 1, and they both love number 1. I cannot stand number 1. I cannot believe people are infatuated by number 1.
You know what they call
mint,
it?
is it?
It is. If my wife loved it, it's mint
Chocolate
chip.
mint chip.
Yep.
It's toothpaste.
Hate it.
It's essentially toothpaste ice cream.
It is.
But the weird thing is I like the little Andes mints. You know what I'm talking about?
I do too, but I
After
don't
a
like
good
that ice
steak
cream.
meal, you're walking out, you grab a couple of those.
Yeah, my wife loves mint chocolate chip, and she does not have to worry about me eating it out of the freezer because I got zero interest.
Smuff says tibula is not a thing.
Tibia.
Dunaway, it's tibia
Fibula.
or fibula. You can't combine the two.
No, I got big bones.
Smuff, you didn't go to the same med school I did.
Mine merged.
Yeah. The tibula. You gotta watch out. The tibula injury can knock you out for the season. That is trash on the table.
Hey, if you're looking to purchase or refinance a home, you need to act now before the rates go on the rise. With locations nationwide, lending directly to home buyers, our friends at Mortgage Right remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership by cutting out the middleman, ensuring a fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. NMLS 2239.
I was on a 1.75 streak there, and it's back to 0. It resets. It
had already reset once, that segment.
Already this segment too?
Yeah.
All right. We continue on. Jam-packed guest in the final hour. Chris Mortensen on the NFL at the top of the hour, and Barry Switzer back with us at 12:24 on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The late summer weather is perfect for a stop at Timberline Golf Club. The Jerry Pate design course was voted by Golf Magazine as one of the best courses you can play in Alabama. A short drive from Birmingham on I-65, exit 228. Get tee times at timberlinegc.com or call 205-668-7888. Great playing conditions year-round, and ask the pro Joe Cruzy about the TrackMan driving range where you can use the same technology as the pros. For lessons and tee times, it's timberlinegc.com.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Caliber Sports in Homewood. Caliber is an elite hunting store in Homewood, fit for any adventure. Caliber offers high-end specialty products you won't find anywhere else in the Southeast. World-class firearms, whether you're looking for old world charm or modern power and precision, our friends at Caliber have you taken care of. Men's and women's apparel, outdoor gear, and brands such as Gentel, Duckhead, Orvis, Onward Reserve, and more. Stop by, see Jake and the great staff at Caliber Sports in the heart of Homewood. For more information, caliberxl.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
I'm Jim Dunaway, and one thing I've learned about ERA King Real Estate is they believe every client deserves to be represented by an expert. That's why they invest so much in technology and training for their agents. You can be sure that your local agent has experience in your market, up-to-the-minute real estate resources, and top-notch negotiating skills. Text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King. They work hard to make home buying easy.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Always love the questions you get on First Take. Will Urban Meyer help or hurt Trevor Lawrence?
Oh, I think he's going to hurt him. Oh, damn, he's going to hurt him. How does Marcus answer that?
Will Urban Meyer help or hurt Trevor Lawrence?
I mean, they got to fill time, but my gosh.
I mean, who thinks of their questions?
I know.
Okay, within 3 years, Trevor Lawrence Pro Bowl or not?
Not.
Well, the Pro Bowl is all pro or not.
Oh, there's no way it's all
the Pro Bowl. You play in the Pro Bowl because so many people opt out.
My point is, he's going to be good in 3 years. I think he will be.
You do?
I do.
That is an easier way of asking the question. Is he going to be good?
Yeah, I do not like his footwork, though.
Well, I don't like the offense he's in. That's the problem.
Oh, that offense will be fine.
Well, you say that.
Mac looks good. Mac looks better than Trevor right now.
Oh, yeah, he does. But he's on a better team, to be fair.
Yeah.
Much better team.
There are great quarterbacks who were on bad teams that end up not being Pro Bowlers. I'm sure Archie Manning was a Pro Bowler, but he was on some sucky teams back in the day with the Saints.
I've got to remind everybody that Jared Goff, with the right coach, got to a Super Bowl.
Yep. And keep in mind, Peyton Manning, one of the best all time, was 1-15 his first year.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of quarterbacks. I mean, if you're thrown to the wolves that rookie year, you don't see a ton have success. Now, I do think quarterbacks are different as we see true freshman quarterbacks have impacts in college football. That used to be a thing we never saw.
We will talk some NFL football coming up with Chris Mortensen, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. My buddy Greg from Pell City is at Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the guy that you call to get a free no-cost inspection, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. I'll give you that number again in just a second. They've got the best warranty in the business, locally owned for over 20 years. Locally owned. I like that too. One of the reasons they're so successful is because of their customer service, A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and as I said, one of the best warranties, if not the best in the industry. Insurance companies love these guys, Storm Restoration Roofing. If you haven't had your roof inspected in the last few years, especially after these recent storms, call Greg Nelson today, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. It's a free, no-cost inspection. You can also look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Greg from Pell City with Storm Restoration Roofing. Teddy Bridgewater named yesterday during our show. You guys reacted in the chat rooms to him being the starter
at Denver. Better season this year, Bridgewater or Trevor Lawrence?
Bridgewater. Now, I'll say Trevor Lawrence. You guys are going to think this is crazy. Trevor Lawrence has a better chance of getting to the postseason than Teddy Bridgewater, but I think Bridgewater will have a better season. He's experienced, just 2 years ago, he was 5-0 as the Saints starting quarterback. It had Minnesota in the playoffs 5 years ago. If it wasn't for the horrific injury, I think Teddy Bridgewater's probably a top 15 to 20 quarterback in the league.
So I'm working through your statement live here. So what you're basically saying by that is Trevor Lawrence is in a much easier division than Teddy
That's what I'm saying. There is a possibility that 9-8 could win that division if everything came off the rails.
So,
I think the Titans are better than that. I think the Colts are better than that when Wentz is healthy. I'm just saying
and we don't know about the Texans. Division. We don't know about the Texans because we don't know about Deshaun Watson. If he plays, the Texans are a 9-8 type team potentially.
But yes, there is a chance 9-8 can win that division.
Yeah. But it's going to take
I know Kansas City's going to win that division.
12, 13 wins to win that division.
Yeah. I think Denver's going to be improved under Vic Fangio in year 2. I do think the Raiders are going to be improved, and obviously the Chargers with Herbert coming back. Now it's Brandon Staley's first year as a head coach. I think that's going to be a really competitive division behind Kansas City. It's Kansas City and everybody else.
Woody, our friend, texted me and said, I've never seen you make a comment done a way that has left Lance speechless. Back to the sack meter comment.
That's not true. I'll never forget. We were at a client. We were at an auto dealership, one of the first live shows we had done together. And I introduced you to 2 girls, and the first thing you said to them, Brown, do you remember it? Rocky, do you remember?
Beautiful feet.
I do. It was on here.
So yeah, I was speechless. Talking about a guy being in hell and needing nut dust. It's not that big of a deal.
I didn't necessarily
stop me in my tracks for a second.
I think if you're in hell, nut dust is going to be the least of your issues.
Do you think the deer in hell looks a little different?
Yeah, I don't think anybody's at hell going, boy, if I just had nut dust.
205-734-0923. Remember that number. Tomorrow is Guaranteed Friday. 3 bold predictions for the upcoming season. And we'll set the table for our NFL conversation with Chris Mortensen after Brown tells us about the fine folks at Greystone Chiropractic. That's where you take your family, isn't it,
That's
Brown?
right. Yeah, my
and
family.
Me. I was there again yesterday seeing Dr. Lee.
Lance's like family.
You drive Lance there too?
Sometimes. Greystone Chiropractic, brand new location right there in Tattersall Park. It's a premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Listen, getting the right alignment, the healthier nervous system basically controls every single cell, tissue, and organ in your body. And that's one thing I like about going to Dr. Lee is as he's adjusting you, say, hey, this will help your sinuses, this will help your voice, this will help your headaches, this will help all this. Man, you can enjoy a healthier lifestyle now. There's no reason to live in pain or live uncomfortable and not be as loose as you can. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com, GreystoneChiropractor.com, or call 205-981-8090.
Dan says, Lance hit the Chris says, has Lance hit the camera yet? Yes, a couple of times.
Yeah,
in trash.
multiple times.
Dan says, I'm just here to watch the Grilling King. That's the man right here, the Grilling King. Mort and the Mort Report is next on the next round.
LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Life is full of questions, like, is it all right to eat the last piece of pizza? Is it okay to pee in the pool? Is it safe to say their outfit is a go while thinking it's a no? Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. There's no right answer for any of those questions, but if you're looking for top-notch mortgage advice, our friends at Mortgage Right have been doing mortgages the right way since 2005. If you've been on the fence about whether you should purchase or refinance a home, Mortgage Right can lend a hand and help you down. Go to mortgageright.com to get started. NMLS 2239. The Next Round kickoff will be at Walk-Ons, August 26th. I'm Ryan Brown. Join the entire Next Round team. Starting at 5 o'clock, we'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka. The Next Round kickoff, Thursday night at Walk-Ons off Highway 280 and 119.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let's kick off the college football season together. Join us Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off 280 and 119. I'm Jim Dunaway. The entire team from the Next Round will be there starting at 5 p.m. The Next Round kickoff will have great food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmond Vodka, plus our magnet schedules, souvenir cups, and logo t-shirts while they last. A great way to watch that opening Thursday night lineup of college football. It's August 26th from 5 until close. The Next Round kickoff at Walk-Ons.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show. Looking forward to talking to Chris Mortensen in just a second here. Kickoff party tonight, our first ever public event with our new venture here out at Walk-Ons 280 119, presented by our friends at Redmond Distilling. Brian Harsin, Auburn coach, says he's back in the office on Monday as he comes out of COVID protocol. Brandon Marcello says the 9-game SEC schedule is gaining traction, even some buzz about a 10-game schedule. And LSU and USC announce a game in Vegas 2024. Good-looking stadium in Vegas. Glad the SEC has a bowl tie-in there now with the Pac-12. And looking forward to that showdown in 2024. LSU and USC, great helmet game.
Let's talk NFL with our friend Chris Mortensen from ESPN at Mort Report. On Twitter is where you follow him. Hello, Mort. How are you today?
Good, guys. How about you?
Doing wonderful. Thanks a lot. I guess maybe we expected that the most fun, most intriguing quarterback battle would be in New England. That is what has happened. And it's not because
particularly one guy or another is struggling. They, at least to the last preseason game, Mort played very well, both Cam Newton and Mac Jones.
Yeah, and they both have played. Actually, Mac has actually played very consistently well. Cam had a really good preseason game in week 2 of preseason, and as did Mac. But that was Cam's best showing. And this is based off day-to-day practice reports from guys I know there, and female reporters as well. But what's happened is Cam had a weird, because of COVID protocols, and he it indicates he's not vaccinated. I'm not taking a position on that one way or the other. I want to make that clear. I'm triple vaccinated, but it doesn't matter. I believe it's everybody's choice. But the mix-up, because he was away from the facility, made him sit out 5 days. And as Bill Belichick did tell reporters today, Cam didn't break any team rules with that mix-up. That was a communication mix-up. But it gave Mac Jones a window to work with the ones and a window to work in the Patriot practices. You would suspect they're not like Nick Saban practices exactly, but they're pretty intense. Got it? And Mac had been doing extremely well, and then they went to go face the Giants. And the Giants have a pretty good defense. I mean, if the Giants have a strength, it's their defense. And yesterday, Mac, with Cam still out, was ridiculously good. And it looked ridiculously good in practice. And to be honest with you, I haven't heard of him having too many bad days. In the meantime, Cam came back today and took the first snaps with the in 7-on-7 and with team. So that's an indicator that Bill Belichick did not really fault Cam Newton for his absence, but he has acknowledged that it gave Mac Jones an opportunity. And I can tell you that I've been told since camp opened that they love Mac Jones. And I can tell you that there's another team who passed on Mac Jones that was going to take him, who wished they had taken Mac Jones. And I've never quite understood the concept that Joe Burrow, who had a fabulous season a couple of years ago when LSU won the national championship, why Joe Burrow was, everybody said, well, he's a can't miss player, even though he's started 1.5 years really at LSU. And in the year they won the national championship, he had all his weapons. I mean, he had Justin Jefferson and Terrence Marshall and Lamar Chase. He had them all. And Joe performed brilliantly. Mac last year, people think that, but look up Mac, what he had. Jalen Waddle, he only started 4 games. I mean, where he truly played all 4 games. So Mac last year at Alabama posted the same numbers. And yes, he had Devontae Smith and he had Najee Harris, but LSU was loaded with talent. But what Mac accomplished was every bit equal. And for some reason, Mac was not, considered to be a real top-notch prospect by the media. And some of them are my friends, by the way. So I've had these debates and arguments before. And there was going to be a revolt in San Francisco when they heard that they traded up to get Mac Jones, and I think that influenced their decision. A revolt, I'm talking about by the people. So Mac is doing well. He's exactly what everybody told you he was. He's into the details. Teammates love him. He works like crazy. He will trash talk, create some energy in practice, and when he has a mistake, he's looking ways to correct it. So I think the guy is going to be a star in the league. And to be honest with you, it's probably like it was, New England couldn't have gotten any luckier. The guy shouldn't have been there.
Mort, Sean Payton's obviously taking his time and declaring a starter. It looks obvious, at least based on what we saw Monday night against the Jags, Jameis Winston will be that guy. What's your expectation if Jameis Winston is the starting quarterback for the Saints this year?
I think they're going to be good no matter what. Okay, so and I say no matter what because I've been told that's an assumption if you think Jameis Winston is going to be the starter. He just was scheduled. Taysom Hill started the first game. Jameis started the second game, and that it was probably Taysom a little ahead of Jameis going into that preseason game. But Jameis showed what he can do. I mean, listen, he creates explosive plays. If he can do this without creating turnovers, we know he's going to be the guy. Now, what we don't see is what's happening every day in practice because practice counts for these coaches. And then I think preseason games are important because the quarterback knows he's going to get hit or can be hit. So I do think preseason games have value because of that. But if Jameis is the starter, I mean, listen, they can create some plays downfield and use Taysom Hill in that wild card role. But I don't think that I'm pretty sure the information I have is correct. They have not made a decision, and that's a real honest decision. They have not made it yet.
Teddy Bridgewater's the starter in Denver. What kind of rosters around him? If he has a middle of the pack or above middle of the pack quarterback season in the NFL, how good can the Broncos be, Mort?
Oh, good. I mean, listen, that's good talent. That's a good talented team. It's their running game, should be good enough. They got Javonte Williams from North Carolina, rookie running back, who's really been showing well, but their defense is top notch, and they've had injuries. And you know how well Patrick Surtain is playing. I mean, he might be a better pro than he was a college player, and it's kind of hard to say that. But Vic Fangio's their head coach. Yes, he comes from the defensive side, but he does want a guy who can make explosive plays, and that's where Drew Lock's specialty had been. Teddy in his last preseason game made explosive plays, and oh, by the way, Jerry Jeudy, he is looking like the Jerry Jeudy that they drafted number one, and they got other really good weapons with Cortland Sutton and Noah Fant, tight end. So they needed Teddy to make these plays that are 20 yards or more, and Teddy did it, and so pretty good decision maker where he's not going to throw a lot of interceptions. So yeah, if Teddy plays like that, they'll be very competitive.
Chris Mortensen is with us for a few more moments. I had Mort report on Twitter. After the Monday night game, it was a preseason game, and it had the full stage because it was Monday night. Darrell Bevell and Urban Meyer were heavily criticized for their offense. Was that fair? Is that fair criticism? Is that something Jacksonville and Urban Meyer and Darrell Bevell need to worry about?
If they're worried about it, they shouldn't be in the league. I mean, here's the thing about it is that, this is interesting. Urban Meyer, listen, he just put together a staff of 20 people, most of whom he has never worked with before.
Yeah.
And most of whom have never worked with each other. And, and we know they have some offensive line guys out. And listen, at Clemson, their offense, they didn't have to be sophisticated because they always had superior players, But I just don't believe. And listen, I do think there's going to be some criticism along the way. I know people who second guess the staff that he put together, but to do it in a preseason game, I can't go there. I just can't. And by the way, Urban Meyer's a guy who's he's been successful wherever he's been, like him or not. And he's a guy that NFL coaches come to for some insights that maybe he could share with them. And he's been studying the NFL. And among those coaches, by the way, happen to be like Belichick, like looking for advice from Urban. But I think the toughest thing for a head coach to do when he goes in the league is to pick the right staff. I've had a very successful Super Bowl winning coach tell me before that in your first job, you're probably going to get 50% of your staff wrong. I'm not saying Urban did that. Too early for that, but that's something to watch. And there was a reason they picked first in the NFL and got Trevor Lawrence, because they were the worst team in football last year.
I've always been a Matt Rule fan. I know there were struggles last year. McCaffrey couldn't stay healthy. But, yeah, Mort, this guy can coach wherever he goes. Now we've got year two. Joe Brady's there. They go out. They get a quarterback they believe can win some games in Sam Darnold. Could Carolina be a surprise team this year?
Yeah, I can. The only thing I'm hearing out of there is their defense has just been a little undisciplined, behind the scenes and then working against some other teams. I think the offense is fine. I think Sam will play well. They've got a lot of weapons, and Christian McCaffrey's healthy by every account, and yet they have, they just signed Robbie Anderson, to a 2-year big contract, and everybody says, well, that's Sam's favorite receiver. Well, I've heard he's probably the third or fourth best receiver that Sam has. So I do expect him to be very good. I am a big Matt Rule believer. We know that it's a culture thing, and you're going to practice hard. But I think the defense, we got to see the defense perform at a higher level for them to contend with the likes of the Bucs and the Saints.
All right, he is Chris Mortensen. You'll see him on ESPN. Follow him at Mort Report on Twitter. We thank you so much for the time, Mort. It is always great talking with you.
All right, you guys got my Mac Jones rant for the day.
That's right. That's right. We'll get it updated in the season. Trust me.
All right, guys. Take care.
Thank you, Mort. That is Chris Mortensen with us on the Next Round presented by Bud Light. By the way, that's one preseason game where maybe both Cam Newton and Mac Jones are going to play. I don't know that Belichick's announced that yet. I've seen, though, like, for instance, Miami is not playing Tua. So there are a number of teams that are not playing their number one in this third preseason game.
Yeah, most aren't. I mean, this is the equivalent of that fourth preseason game that we've seen in the past. Look, to me, there's more intrigue on Cam and Mac than there is, I know Mort didn't allude to this, with Jameis and Taysom. I would ask you guys this. If it's equal, if Jameis and Taysom seem to be exactly on the same at the same point right now for Sean Payton, why would you not go with Jameis?
Okay, let's make that a Cowan Equipment poll question. Cowan Equipment brings us poll questions every day. If everything's equal, who do you go with, Jameis or Taysom Hill? Also, I'd like to ask you about who are the toughest divisions in the National Football League. If you take the NFC West out, we'll throw 4 other divisions there. You can vote there. Both of those are Cowan Equipment poll questions.
Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on their new venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us at Cowan.com to find out more how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com. I'm not trying to influence this. My point is, not only does Jameis have more of the experience, but Taysom brings a different element, a different dynamic. You're not going to be able to use him in these specialized packages if he's your starting quarterback.
That's right. That's right. That's why I think it's Jameis Winston, and they'll keep using Taysom the way they did with Drew Brees. Lock of the Day every day is brought to you by the folks at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. Jeremy Purvis and those folks do a wonderful job, whether it's residential or business. Any of your plumbing needs, from a toilet to a leaky faucet all the way to your jetter service. No job's too big. Jeremy Purvis, ironmountainworld.com. I'll give you the phone number after LT gives us another winner. Football returns tomorrow night. You're back with baseball, I assume, tonight.
Yeah, I got to go baseball. Coming off a 1-2 yesterday, not good. Hey, and this is a day game, so this thing gets underway in 55 minutes. Sunny gray on the hill for the Reds, going against Milwaukee. I'm taking the Reds at a pick.
So the Reds at a pick.
Got a little red in there too.
205-516-4927. IronMountainWorld.com. Jeremy Purvis and company there. 516-4927. IronMountainWorld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. IronMountainWorld.com. Just drain it. And that is your lock of the day. So obviously you're at NFL. I almost said SEC West. NFL West, NFC West is the toughest division, right? Seahawks,
it's not
Rams,
even close.
49ers, Cardinals.
Well, you're talking about a San Francisco team that just was a rash of injuries last year. The only reason they didn't compete again. Last year, Arizona went from 5 wins in year one under Kingsbury to 8 wins last year. They were a game away from making the postseason. The Rams are going to be much improved with Matthew Stafford. With Russell Wilson, the Seahawks are going nowhere. That's by far and away the best division in football.
Garoppolo is going to be your starter there, right? Won't be Trey Lance. They haven't officially announced it yet, but it's got to be Jimmy G, right?
Yeah, and I think Garoppolo is going to have a good year. Watching Trey Lance, I didn't get to see much of Trey Lance in college.
Apparently, he didn't play the last year.
Played one game last year. Boy, he's got a skill set, though.
Yeah, he's got a strong arm. There's no doubting that.
So you don't think Mort was talking about San Francisco that wished they had taken Mac?
I don't think so.
I mean, that was what it appeared it was down to, Trey Lance or Mac, but he was very vague about it. So I'm not going to suggest that he was talking about San Francisco.
Somebody before New England that took a quarterback wished they had taken him.
That's what he said.
Could be based on just the accuracy of Mac, and I would have thought that was the one major intangible he had, one skill set he had coming out that Kyle Shanahan, and we heard all along that there was kind of a power struggle between John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan on which quarterback they wanted to go with.
Could have been the Falcons. I mean, they obviously went tight end,
but
there was a discussion about when to draft the quarterback to replace Matt Ryan. It could be the Falcons that passed on him and wish they had taken him. You assume it was not Jacksonville.
Chicago, maybe? I mean, Justin Fields.
I thought he's looked pretty darn good.
Pretty good.
Right?
I'm just looking at the teams that went in front of them that either drafted quarterback or clearly need quarterback now. Not many to choose from there.
Yeah.
Detroit. I mean, but they had already made that trade, right? You got
Patrick Surtain is going to be really good.
There's no doubt.
Teddy Bridgewater is going to be serviceable and will keep them competitive. But you go back, if you're Denver and you're watching Mac Jones, everyone in this league needs an elite quarterback in order to win a championship. And if you're Denver, just watching Mac, I mean, that could have been the guy for the next decade.
Yeah, that's a good call right there. It may have been Denver that Mort was hinting to. If you miss any of Chris Mortensen, that's always podcasted with all of our guests right there at nextroundlive.com, the website. Always a good place to jump off, nextroundlive.com. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Lanyas Furniture. All the time we tell you, just a short drive to get great savings with Lanyas Furniture.
Yeah, boy, and they have been around for a long, long time.
Big gravy.
Yeah, big gravy. Here at the Next Round, we're excited to have Lanyas Furniture as a sponsor of our new show. Our longtime viewers and listeners have known Lanyas Furniture as Alabama's go-to for lazy boy value, as well as the go-to source for other great brands such as Flex Steel, Universal, Tempur-Pedic, Bernhardt, and many others. It's a short drive to that huge showroom in Warrior. Definitely worth the drive when you check out their great prices. And the fact that Lanyas Furniture keeps a gigantic inventory that allows for immediate delivery. If you've shopped for furniture during the last 18 months, you know that it's very hard to find. But John Lanyas and that great staff, they have made the decision to place even larger orders to fill their warehouses during the beginning days of the pandemic, and they've never let up. The result? Lanyas Furniture has one of the largest in-stock inventories of Lazy Boy and many other products, and they can quickly deliver your new furniture anywhere in the state. Go see them today in Warrior, or if you like, shop 24/7 at LanyasFurnitureCompany.com. That's Lanyas Furniture in Warrior, Alabama, your home for Lazy Boy value.
Krusty says Jags will pick first in the draft again in 2022. You agree or disagree?
I mean, it would be the obvious choice if you say, hey, who's picking
I go
first?
Texans.
Well, I mean, that depends on Deshaun Watson.
Tripp says, I'm down on the Saints, bet their win total under.
I agree.
And no to make the playoffs.
I agree on both of those. We saw 3 consecutive seasons with Drew Brees and Sean Payton of 7-9 seasons. I do think their defense is better. They do have some weapons, but I don't see the Saints making the playoffs this year. I think they're 8-9 or 9-8.
Damn Hoodlum says Taysom says he only wants the quarterback job, a la Eric Crouch there. And Young Bull says, don't fade Teddy Two Gloves as a dog out in Denver. Looking pretty good so far.
Teddy Bridgewater. I'm just saying he's not an elite quarterback. If you're looking for the quarterback of the future, I don't necessarily think it's Teddy Bridgewater.
Cody says, can we get Ryan Brown on a little alcohol tonight?
I'm working.
It's a rare. He's like a police officer on the beat,
right.
man.
I'm working tonight. I'm going to be on the alcohol. You working tonight, Dunaway?
I am working. I may be working the front door for a little bit too. I'll have the.
You're the bouncer?
I'll go ahead and tell you if they've got a new shipment in. They've got a new shipment in. I'll be drinking Bud Light until it runs out.
Drink them dry, you say?
I'll try to drink them dry.
I dare you.
Yeah. By the way, we're at walk-ons 280-119, 5 until whenever. It's our kickoff party. That's what we're talking about. I don't anticipate drinking tonight, but
yeah. What would it take? The 1,000th person that shows up, if we get to 1,000 people.
I'll tell you what. I'll make this deal with you.
It'll be a White Russian, but what will it be? what number will it take to get you to do a White Russian?
It will take the fire marshal showing up and telling walk-ons, you got to shut her down.
You got to shut it down. We got traffic problems out on 119.
Yeah.
Is that a bad thing to happen?
It's a great thing to happen.
People are parking over at Publix. Publix is mad.
Yep.
Taco Bell's mad. They're taking up their.
Why are they parking outside? So if the fire marshal shows up and says, y'all got to shut her down.
Get me an amaretto sour.
That's right.
I did notice, though, the roommate was like, what time is the party until? This was yesterday. And I said, probably 8. She's like, oh, your co-hosts have put 5 until close.
Well, yeah, what time do they close?
They close a lot later than 8.
I've been just going 5 until.
Listen, I love our listeners and our viewers more than I've ever loved them. Right? I'll stay as long as they want to stay.
Yep.
And if the fire marshal is there,
okay.
Tell them what I'll have a
and
shirt
I saw
on.
this on our thing, La Excelencia.
La Excelencia.
The guy wanted them to stay all night. There could be that one guy that wants you to stay.
Well, I mean, walk-ons closes at some point. They don't stay till the final.
So did the bar
customer.
La Excelencia was playing.
Yeah,
Grenades have changed things.
When you're the 1,000th person walking into walk-ons tonight, let us know so we can get Brown set up with a bushwhacker. We'll get him that dessert drink from the bar.
Mudslide. I like a mudslide.
Okay, we'll get you that with a floater on top. When we come back, speaking of drinking, Oklahoma legend, Barry Switzer, and a little fun on the next round.
The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The Next Round kickoff party will be at Walk-Ons on August 26th. I'm Lance Taylor. Join the entire Next Round team starting at 5 p.m. We'll have food and drink specials from Walk-Ons and our friends at Redmont Vodka. The Next Round kickoff Thursday night, August 26th at Walk-Ons off of Highway 280 on 119.
At M First, you always come first. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. This is especially true in the M First Summer of Freedom. That's why M First is offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from M First, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. M First is making your summer freer than ever because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at M First. For more information, visit amfirst.org/promotions. This is available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender in MLS 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase is necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit amfirst.org.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
I'm Jim Dunaway from my friends at ERA King Real Estate. They know better agents make better deals. That's why they support their agents with innovative training and technology that helps them provide value to you. Find your agent by texting the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. Even though home values may change, ERA King agents stay priceless. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLive Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLive Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLive, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLive Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Your first call is DryTech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll reply within 20 minutes. Likely, you're talking to an owner. DryTech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and DryTech Water Restoration.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Uh-oh. First yellow light of the
yeah, straight up red.
Well, let me
here. Rockstar, give us an update. We're standing by ready to talk to Barry Switzer.
So this is not a joke. This is exactly what he said. I think he forgot, first off.
Right? Even though he was texted.
Yes, but he answered the phone and goes, "Oh, man, I'm driving a damn truck."
This is what we want.
I go, well, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, I'm driving a damn truck in Oklahoma City traffic. I can't do that." I go, "Coach, we would love to have you today. That's fine." If he's like, "I just can't. I would rather be sitting at my damn desk than this. I can't. Can we please reschedule? I don't want to be driving a damn truck in Oklahoma City traffic."
Did he literally say it that many times?
I swear. I'm not.
Well, can you just call him back and say, "Look, put it on speaker, put it on your dashboard. We're not going to ask any tough questions."
I don't want to push him.
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate the fact that he wants it to sound good because we've done so many interviews where people didn't have that same level of commitment.
But literally the first thing he answered, didn't say hello. He said, "Oh, I'm driving a damn truck."
So it dawned on him right when you called,
Yes.
like saw the 205, and
Yes.
he was like,
I mean, I like being stationary when I'm doing an interview. I've got to do one today at 2:30.
I prefer to be driving. When
Plan
I'm
on doing
mine.
it up here, but I don't mind driving.
Well, I don't mind it. Obviously, he's uncomfortable doing it. I do appreciate that fact that if he's uncomfortable doing it, he'd prefer not to do the interview rather than just to do a bad interview.
I'm trying to think of the. I probably should turn off this phone. It's running videos nonstop. I don't think I've ever been more disappointed in the history of us doing shows together on different platforms than I am right now.
No, I doubt that.
Somehow that was a shot at me.
He said
No,
disappointed.
it's not a shot at you. I've seen you.
I've seen you very
more
disappointed. Yeah.
I have seen this.
Oh, Tuesday around 10 o'clock.
Yeah. But that's when something's messed up. I'm mad when I'm doing this, frustrated.
I'm not frustrated. I'm just disappointed.
I just wanted
literally
a piss-hammered
disappointed.
Barry Switzer is what I wanted.
Clearly you weren't because he's driving through Oklahoma City traffic.
Oh, man.
Just guessing.
It's a man that rolled through an airport with a gun, too.
Well, he was vibrant, so I think he still got it to be a great interview. But to say that off air, just to immediately answer the phone, I'm driving a damn truck.
Part of our show is being brought to you by Mortgage Right. You know what will never disappoint you?
There you go, Jim.
Mortgage Right.
Make the best of it.
I don't know what I can do the rest of the segment, Brown. You're going to have to carry this one. I'm so down.
Yeah. Hey, look, if you are looking to purchase or refinance a home, you need to act now before the rates go on the rise. With locations nationwide, lending directly to home buyers, our friends at Mortgage Right will remove the speed bumps on the road to home ownership, cutting out that middleman, ensuring a fast, worry-free process. Visit mortgageright.com to get started. That's the right way to do a mortgage. NMLS 2239.
Cody, I haven't been this excited for a segment in years. And then
very disappointed.
The GIF of disappointment. Brad, man, I'm listening. What is happening right now is so disappointing.
Yeah. I mean, nothing I can do about it.
Ben
what do you want me
says
to do?
Dunaway's ready to rub the temples.
Great restraint for you not doing it.
I mean, really. I'll scratch the left eyebrow.
Yeah, you do that one too.
We could have.
If you bite a lip and rub a temple.
You guys tweeted out yesterday, big announcement, exciting announcement, 12:25. We could have sat on Barry Switzer.
Surprise is what it was, yeah.
In case it went red light like
That's
it did.
true.
And then we could have rolled something else out.
That's why you always hear me say scheduled to be with us when it's somebody I really want to talk to.
I'll write that down when he says
if you ever hear
scheduled.
me say scheduled to be with us, that
Right.
means I have some
interest.
That I'm so excited about this guest, and he may not show up because of this. I did not say Barry Switzer scheduled to be with us today at 12:24, and that's how we got here.
I don't know if this would excite our guests, but I mean, I've got an announcement that I've got confirmation on. We kind of teased to it. We alluded to it last week.
Oh, see, I have no idea what this is.
So, I mean, I could go with this.
This is actually our 12:25 surprise. We baited you in with Barry Switzer, but now this. So make it good, Lance. Oh, I can't read that now. I'm sorry.
The Rams have a
I'm
new
gonna read
alternate
this, okay?
uniform.
Wait, what are we reading?
I don't
Are
know.
you reading something?
Let him surprise
I'll
us.
go
just
with
like
it.
you.
I'll
Let's
go with it.
Here
It
we
was
go.
one of those things. I don't know if you guys wanted to unleash this where actually we would get the visual or just go with it, but I'm going to roll with it because I got this email at 9:23 a.m. this morning. Lance, the keg box shipped yesterday. In anticipation of its arrival, would you send us art for your logo? Keg box will be in that corner next week.
We're going to have a beer keg in the studio.
We will have a keg We will have 2 taps, and it will be in the studio next week with the Next Round logo on it.
Next Round logo on it. Like it's our own Next Round beer?
Now, that might not be exciting to a lot.
Well, clearly not one
Dunaway's
person.
face.
I know.
Golly.
All right, somebody.
I'm going to have to teach Dunaway how to use a kegerator, too.
Yeah. It is
use the tap the proper way.
It was so not surprising that Goose actually beat you to the punch.
Okay.
Oh, maybe it's the Bud Light kegerator that's coming. It is, Goose. Congratulations. You're excited. So am I.
Okay, big man, give me something.
Yeah.
No, I'm excited.
I'm excited.
I'm pumped.
I don't think I have anything in my phone.
Yeah.
I'm sure you do.
I've sent out 15 T-shirts waiting for them to post from beaches everywhere. And,
the movie?
Let me check. Let me just check on our Next Round Live Instagram
wait,
feed. And
so
see if
here's
anybody...
what Dunaway has done. He has, and this is a good idea.
It was a good idea.
Will actually do it. He has handed out T-shirts to attractive females for them to post on their social media platforms.
It was work.
I just want to
It
know.
was work. You guys told me to keep a buzz going from June 16th
Do this
until August
honestly,
26th.
I want to see how awkward the text is. You don't have to tell us who you sent them to. Will you just read one of the text on how you actually ask the question of, will you wear this Next Round T-shirt?
See if I can find one.
Now, to Dunaway's defense, LT,
it was a tough challenge.
I was at a local dining establishment with you and Roman Harper and Dunaway, and we handed out numerous shirts.
Yeah,
that
well,
night.
they didn't understand it.
Clearly.
Yeah, didn't understand it at all.
0 of those have come back.
Yeah.
0 of them have come back.
I got a good one for us, though.
Hey, Blank.
You did.
Appreciated you filling in for Rockstar in the Round Table Lounge last summer. If you got any new music coming out, let us know. We'll get you back on. By the way, I have shipped you 2 T-shirts, 1 crop top, one perfect for the beach.
Perfect. You can pick which one.
The crop top is a kid small.
Yeah.
So
I didn't order
Send me
these.
pictures of you in it to make sure you got it.
When you're in Miami out on the beach, if you snap a photo, remember to post us at Next Round Live on Instagram.
All right, where is that?
She has not posted.
Did you respond to that text?
Would love to. Love your show. Listen when I can.
Okay, musicians are a little more, how should we say it, outgoing. What about, will you give us one that you've sent to maybe a conservative newscaster, not using a name?
I did drop off a bag full at a couple of stations in Birmingham.
But you sent a text, didn't you?
Everybody agreed to wear the T-shirt during our downtime.
He's filibustering.
When they were running,
right,
or hiking, or at the lake
on a boat,
or they could have been doing business stuff. I mean, I didn't care where. I just wanted the T-shirts out there. And one person from that station posted a nice little motherly picture, and then I think the rest of them got shut down by management. Why are you going to promote another, video platform? We're competition to the TV stations, apparently.
Yeah, that was a little bush league to me.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I mean, it's just a T-shirt. What are we hurting?
Yeah, I mean, we would wear their T-shirts for them.
Of course.
Yep.
Send me a T-shirt right and we'll go trade.
Yeah. Send me a crop top of your T-shirt. I'll wear it right now.
That's right.
One more out-of-town sportscaster. Hey, would you actually reach out to us first, congratulating us? I said, fantastic, thank you. Would you want a T-shirt of the show?
Sure.
I love a good T-shirt. And I've seen, you handing them out at SEC Media Days. I said, what size? And she says, I don't know, I'm pretty short. How about small? And I said, I've got them in crop tops and perfect for the pool.
Yeah.
She says perfect.
Baited.
So I shipped these out, and I went back and checked. Hey, did you get the T-shirts? Yes, got the package. Fit a little tight, but I think I can make them work.
Yeah, I'll decide what's tight.
Send a picture. I'll tell you.
Yeah, shoot that over real quick before you post it.
These are cut tight.
Then nothing for about 10 days. And I said, hey, just checking.
About 10 days?
Just checking on the T-shirt post. Been working. A lot of racing going on in town. I'll still try to get it out. Still nothing.
Wow.
So we've wasted about 15 T-shirts.
Well, Tripp says brand development is what you were doing there. It's not a crime.
That's right. Thank you, Tripp.
Yeah,
I mean, thank you, Tripp, for understanding.
I have no problem.
Exactly.
I just like how I like Dunaway's tactic to actually get it on. And Tripp also talks about Sophia Beverly, and I'm checking her out right now. I think we should get her a shirt.
Who is she?
I mean, we could have gone that route.
I had no idea who she was until I just pulled her up.
We were literally giving T-shirts to friends of the show.
Now I'm in a wormhole. She is a lover of animals, it says, and she's got 1.7 million followers on the gram.
Well, why would she wear our shirt?
I don't know.
I sent a T-shirt to one person who sent it back to me and left a voicemail message ranting about how in the world if I sent you barbecue, you would not send a thank you note.
Oh no!
No, I did not send it.
Oh, okay.
That's an old story.
Yeah, she won't wear it.
Kickoff party tonight. We apologize for no Barry Switzer. One thing that'll never let you down, though, is our friends at Bromberg's. The gift giving season is coming up. And plan ahead with our friends at Bromberg's. It never disappoints.
Yes, Dunaway, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms right here in the Birmingham area. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today, brombergs.com. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box at Bromberg's.
Charleston, one of our great female listeners and viewers, long time. I had no worries at all. I was confident that you three would turn a segment of disappointment of not having Barry Switzer into an entire segment about being disappointed.
Well, sometimes you got to take chicken and make chicken salad.
That's exactly what we had to do right there. We could have talked about other things. We got sound that we could talk about from Alabama and from Greg Byrne. Here's Greg Byrne, the Alabama AD. Give me cut 5, Rockstar. Yesterday on Feinbaum, which you watch on the SEC network, Greg Byrne talking about vaccination and how he is planning on handling that with his athletic department and when it comes to fans coming back to Bryant-Denny Stadium.
What is the protocol this year going to be at Alabama?
Well, as you can imagine, we have state laws that we have to adhere to, and our COVID protocols are one of them, and we will obviously be following the state laws of Alabama. At the same time, too, our approach, Paul, 2 things. From the start of COVID, our whole approach as a department was, 1, we were going to respect the virus. 2, we respect one another, and 3, do everything we could to move forward safely. We thought that was the right thing for our student athletes, for our athletic department, for our university, our community, and that's what we did. Going into this year, what we decided, we're going to control what we can control. What we can control is advocating for the vaccine for our student athletes, advocating it for our fan base, advocating it within our communities. Coach Sabin's been a leader in that. I've tried to use the stage that I have to encourage that. I mean, and what we've done is we've been guided by our medical doctors. They've given us great advice throughout this. They've helped educate our student athletes. They've helped educate our staff. I know Coach Sabin's been out there. Our football team is 99.5% vaccinated. And that's because of the great leadership that he's shown throughout that and the resources that we have tried to give to our student athletes to give fair information that tells a story of why we thought this was the right path to go down, and our kids and our coaches and our staff have listened, and we appreciate that. So what we've just tried to do, Paul, is control what we can control, and that's what we're doing right now, and that's what we'll continue to do in the future.
That is Greg Byrne, courtesy of the SEC Network and the Paul Feinbaum Show. Yesterday, the Alabama AD talking about the protocols that they do and do not have in place as Alabama gets ready to start a season over at Bryant-Denny Stadium in a world that has changed a lot since last season, but hasn't changed completely when it comes to COVID-19. If you missed Brian Harsin, we played that earlier in the show. You can get that on our Twitter feed at Next Round Live, or go to nextroundlive.com. It's also linked from our morning rounds there if you missed Brian Harsin commenting on protocols and educating his players when it comes to the pandemic down there. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Wayne's. Wayne's serving over 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn, Nashville to Knoxville, all right here for football season, cranked up and ready to go. They're all part of the Wayne's family since 1973. So is everybody on the Next Round. The folks at Wayne's are the exclusive provider of pest control, lawn service, mosquito treatments, and a lot more for the next round. Use the promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. And right now, there's an infestation going on with armyworms that are impacting lawns all over the South. Get ahead of the game by calling Wayne's right now. There are some warning signs, brown spots that look like maybe you haven't had enough water. Well, there's been plenty of water. If you've got those brown spots popping up, you've got an armyworm problem. If you've got moths all over the yard right now, flying around, moths out there flying around, good chance is you've got an armyworm problem. Call the experts right now at Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1 with the TNR code, the TNR. Put that in the checkout, in the code there in the checkout. You save $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. It's 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1.
Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Buying a house is stressful. Selling a home is stressful. It's an emotional process leaving your home where you raised your family and moving to the home of your dreams. You need a realtor to help you buy with confidence and sell with success. That realtor is Holly Mack Wilson. She is an experienced realtor who often gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Call Holly Mack Wilson and let her help you buy with confidence and sell with success. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Keller Williams Tuscaloosa realtor.
As the Tide embarks on their journey to the next title, celebrate with Daniel A. Moore's tributes in oil to the 2020 championship season. Unrivaled is Moore's commemoration of Alabama's national championship beatdown of the Buckeyes. And Heisman Heights portrays Devontae Smith's one-handed catch against LSU. Available individually or as a discounted championship season bundle. Visit DanielMooreArt.com or call 1-800-735-2787 to order your heirloom quality fine art print or canvas today.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Back on the Next Round, final segment, brought to you today by the great folks at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, look, to find out if LASIK is right for you, make the phone call that I made over 19 years ago. I got the procedure done. Remember, I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts and eyeglasses. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Call 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. They do a fantastic job. Pioneers in the business. First to perform LASIK back in 1995. Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Call. Free consultation, 969-8100. Tell them Lance from the Next Round sent you, or go online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Listen, I see you all, Adam and everyone reacting, both in the chat room and also at Next Round Live on Twitter. I would not put this in the Jimmy Landmine category, though everyone is saying we have been landmined with Barry Switzer. This
just happens.
No, that's not landmine.
We've been browned is what this is. This is all
browned.
Yeah.
I did nothing.
No, I will tell you, if Bo Nix loses his starting job to TJ Finley, he has been landmined.
He has been landmined.
You'll give me that, right?
I will, because this is the year that he is supposed to sit in New York.
And potentially browned.
Yeah, and potentially browned at that point.
We'll let you know
more on that coming up later. More on that coming up a little bit later on. All right. Thank you so much to everyone who's been a part of the show. Our final segment here today, talking about one, realignment, and one, scheduling because of realignment. First, the buzz out of Orlando, where there are reports that UCF is being approached by the Big 12. And if I'm UCF, I would tell the Big 12, no thank you right now. Have a Bud Light and a smile.
Why?
Because the Big 12, the way it is right now, the Big 12 is equal or less than the American.
Yeah, but if you start to take pieces from the American and put it back to the Big 12, which is a Power 5 still, it still is recognized as a Power 5. I don't know how much longer that will go.
But that doesn't mean anything in the expanded playoffs because it's the top 6 highest conference champions.
Well, let's just do this. Let's just do this real quick. Let's build
highest ranked.
Let's build the Big 12 for them. I'm going to build it out of the American, right? You're not going anywhere else.
I mean, I would go.
BYU. They're not American.
They're not American.
But if you're the Big 12,
I mean, I would try to get BYU. I'd try to get Houston, SMU, Central Florida.
So you would go.
That gives you 12 teams.
BYU, Houston, and not Cincinnati. You want to go Cincinnati?
I mean, Cincinnati's a better program right now, but we're
good
talking
basketball too.
Way off.
What about Memphis? See, if you're going to build everything in the American, why not just stay in the American and pick the best of the Big 12 to come with you?
Well, because they don't have the TV contracts right now.
They don't.
And Big 12's got the TV now. How long does that last? I don't know. You make a good point. I don't know that
Big 12 still has the name.
It's got the name, but it doesn't have the TV. It may not have the TV contracts long term. Even if it does, it's not going to be the same without Texas and Oklahoma. Like the next TV contract the Big 12 signs, whenever that is,
will be like the American.
There is nothing they can do to replace Texas and Oklahoma. Nothing.
Okay, let's just say
you can't even name a team.
The Big 12 is able to draft right now. I get the first pick. I would take Central Florida. You go next.
Oh, I would take UCF. After that,
BYU.
BYU, if you think they want to get back into a conference, they chose to go independent.
They did, but I don't get the feel that that's everything they want it to be.
If I'm the Pac-12, I get BYU and I get Boise State, and I keep securing going back to our game of risk yesterday. I secured the West. I get BYU and their fan base in Boise State, and I add 2 more of Western teams. I mean, that's an easy trip, Boise State to the Pac-12 North, and BYU, you're already in Utah and everything in the Pac-12 South. So
Boise State would love that. I mean, their athletic budget, I can't even imagine what it is compared to other schools.
Yep, and BYU, I think they would come back to be in the Pac-12, to be in there with UCLA, USC. Those are already good games anyway. Anytime I play NCAA College Football 14 on my PlayStation, I moved Boise State and BYU. The last version, you can move the teams around in conference. I moved Boise State and BYU into the Pac-12 anyway. Make it a 14-team league. That's what I do to match it to go with the SEC.
Yeah, I think.
By the way, I moved Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And one other school, maybe Cincinnati and Notre Dame. I moved to the ACC and make it 16.
Well, the most attractive. You got to do this based on football. I mean, having a basketball component is nice, but you do this all based on football. The most attractive is probably Houston and Central Florida. You get good media markets.
Where are you with Memphis? Because that's a fairly big media market.
Yeah, it's not as big as Houston or Orlando. I don't know where it is. It's not as big as Houston. I know that.
Houston's
the biggest
gigantic.
media market
That's
there. Yeah.
top 5
It's not
market.
as big as Orlando either.
Yeah.
But Memphis is a big market, and FedEx money involved with that program.
That helps.
You look at what Penny Hardaway did, even in recruiting last night. They're top 10, top 15 like basketball program.
Yeah. SMU is in the biggest of the media markets in the American.
No, Houston's bigger
than DFW.
I think so.
Okay. Well, it's one of the biggest. Yeah. I mean, Houston and SMU.
Both of them are top 10.
Yeah. So I think that's probably what I look at as media markets.
Yeah.
And SMU's a good. I mean, that's a lot of money with SMU.
Yep.
Being in the Big 12 would help that football program. I think it would. I don't know that it'd ever get back to where it was in the Southwest Conference days, but it would make it better.
Greg Sankey ends our show here. He's on Sports Talk down in Jacksonville, 1010XL. And he had this to say about scheduling in the SEC. Cut number 6 rock star Greg Sankey on the new schedule.
Do you see a 9 or 10 game league schedule in the future?
I've asked our athletics directors, even at our presidents and chancellors level, to take a step back and look at the big picture. I start, Matt, from we need to rotate teams through our campuses with greater frequency. The once in 12 year at games,
right?
For crossover opponents. Man, when I talk about compelling content within 16 teams, compelling competition, volleyball, basketball, football, baseball, the more we can move our teams through our campuses, both traveling to and receiving those visiting teams, that's the focus.
Yeah, that's got to be the focus, is having a scheduling model that you're going to have Texas and Oklahoma on people's campuses more frequently. You're going to have Alabama and Georgia and LSU on their campuses, Texas and Oklahoma's campus more frequently. You cannot be in the same conference and not play each other but once every 12 to 14 years.
And you do that how?
You have a pod model in scheduling, but I don't know how that works on crowning a champion.
I mean, ultimately, you probably add games, at least 2.
Yeah, 9 or 10 games. Yeah. Brandon Marcello, 24/7, reporting there is much traction with the ADs and presidents with a 9-game SEC schedule. Thank you to Bud Light. Thank you to the Birmingham Racecourse Casino for sponsoring the show. Vulcan Tire has been our sponsor all day long. And all of our sponsors, all of our guests, and even the great Barry Switzer. Thanks for making an effort in that truck to be with us today. Don't forget, kickoff party tonight. What are we wearing? Are you wearing that tonight?
Nope, I'm not.
Wardrobe change. Are we T-shirts tonight?
I'm going with those crop tops in there.
You know, I'm next round T-shirts. I may throw a rock star T-shirt on tonight.
Okay.
I had a tip to you.
Yeah.
Will you wear a landmine tonight?
Will you get on my back? Boom.
All right. We'll see you at walk-ons tonight.
Will
5
Brad
o'clock
Cock be there?
Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
The Double Down Media Podcast family is live, including the Mystery Fifth Hour, a chance for the Next Round host to talk everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, the weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours of bourbon in the world. And the Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. Lance Taylor takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You demand a durable machine to withstand extreme worksite conditions? Volvo Construction Equipment assures it with their industry-leading lifetime frame, boom, and arm warranty, offering this through their full range of powerful and fuel-efficient excavators, wheel loaders, articulated haulers, road and compact equipment. You can rest assured quality will exceed expectations. Contact Cowan Equipment to experience this firsthand on your job site. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts and stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Give them a call, 800-239-2694, or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call our friends at Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades. 1-800-239-2694. Or again, you can always visit them online. Go to cowan.com. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717, Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
ERA King real estate agents are out there every day working hard to make home buying easy. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I know firsthand ERA King's commitment is to support them with the most innovative training and technology available. So even though home values may change, ERA King agents stay priceless. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's 35260 to get started. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Jim Dunaway.